From a family of fishermen and farmers to the true immortal of water and virtue, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Golden Toad Breakthrough. TikTok. Li Quanqing lifted the tea bowl in front of him and dropped a drop of light green wind spirit liquid. The fragrance of tea filled his nose. The next moment, the wind spirit liquid dissolved in the bowl, dyeing the amber tea with a beautiful dark green color. Hiss above his head, the slender and exquisite thunder-horned python hissed aggrievedly, unable to control its body at all, floating in the air like a balloon. A wisp of magic power turned into a long line, wrapped around the body of the young snake, and the other end was connected to Li Quanqing's little finger, swaying. Is this one of the effects of the wind spirit liquid? After drinking too much, it will get rid of the influence of gravity and float into the sky? Li Quanqing found it quite interesting. He drank the tea in the bowl in one gulp. The tea fragrance was rich, the taste was sweet and delicious at first, and the aftertaste was a touch of fragrance from the teeth and tongue, as if you were in the mountains after rain. When all the taste slowly dissipated, only a faint sour and sweet taste remained, which was impressive. The last remaining sour and sweet taste should be the taste of the wind spirit liquid. It is not as strong as the tea fragrance, but has rich layers. Li Quanqing was thinking, and a wind spirit suddenly dissolved from his stomach, turning into strands of breeze and drilling into his flesh and blood. It really became much lighter, with a sense of relief, as if he had taken off the shackles. He thought for a moment, and simply put all the tea leaves in the bowl in his mouth, and suddenly a bitter taste bloomed on the tip of his tongue. But the wind spirit in his body was even more turbulent, as if it was scattered on every inch of skin and flesh, and it was unprecedentedly light. Step. Li Quanqing stood up and jumped lightly. Suddenly, as if he was not affected by gravity, he jumped 3 or 4 feet away in one step. It felt like walking in space. The taste is amazing, and it has this unique effect. It should be very popular among monks. Li Quanqing commented. Jinyan, who next to him, couldn't wait any longer and swallowed all the remaining tea into his stomach, and also felt the smoky feeling. After more than half an hour, the effect of the spiritual tea finally faded, and the thunderhorn python returned to the earth, never daring to be greedy again. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 months passed. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the beach, surrounded by golden jade scattered all over the ground. The jade shone brightly in the sun, and the golden jade seemed to flow gently, shining brightly. The young man held a precious jade in his mouth and practiced the glazed jade bone technique. Strands of jade essence penetrated into his body through his nose, almost visible to the naked eye. As the technique was practiced, the jade color on the surface of his skin slowly faded bit by bit and turned back into the skin color of a normal person, white and rosy. The so-called glazed is pure, clear, crystal clear, and returns to the original appearance of all things. Li Quanqing opened his eyes and exhaled a 3-foot-long white air. As the airflow surged, tiny pieces of jade flew out. Glass body. He practiced the technique, and his skin suddenly looked like a layer of transparent glazed armor, reflecting colorful colors in the sun, and the light flowed. Looking closely, there were still traces of golden thin lines flowing on the surface of the glazed glass, just like the veins of the human body. This last level is indeed a bit difficult, comparable to the level of key refining great perfection. But after practicing, the physical level of the 3 levels of foundation building will definitely not be difficult. It is enough to withstand the flushing and infusion of the vast amount of heaven and earth essence when breaking through. Gugwa. Gugwa. The treasure-like toad squatted on the jade hill, its abdomen bulging, and its gem-like eyes sparkling. It suddenly stretched its hind legs and jumped to the top of Li Quanqing's head, inhaling the treasure energy in big gulps, and its limbs were shaking slightly with comfort, and it squinted its eyes comfortably. In its eyes, Li Quanqing was full of treasure light at this time, and was definitely an excellent rare treasure. The fact is indeed so. With his current physical body, he is enough to die without decay, and it is bright and shining. If seen by those evil cultivators, it would definitely be the best treasure for corpse refining. They would kidnap and kill it, take out its internal organs, and bury it in a place of evil for 100 years. it would definitely be able to refine a peerless and fierce demon zombie, and even the foundation building cultivators would be terrified. Hey, it turns out that it is about to break through the middle stage of key refining. Li Quanqing touched the golden toad on his head and easily saw through its cultivation. He was a little impatient. I'll give you something good to eat. He took out the ice blue golden elixir feather. The thick ice layer wrapped around it melted a circle, but it still exuded a chill. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From Li Quanqing's danshan, 3 strands of ice soul cold light flew out, drilled out along the meridians of his fingers, and flew around the ice feather. The young man moved his magic power and performed the magic method ice soul cold light, absorbing the cold air in the feather to practice. Another strand of cold light slowly condensed into a crystal color. Under his suppression, the chill in the ice blue demon feathers had been restrained to the extreme. There was no longer the bone-chilling coldness, only a little bit of icy coolness. Gugua. The treasure light toad finally couldn't stand the temptation of the golden elixir demon, jumped onto the ice, and swallowed the brilliant treasure light wrapped around the demon feathers. Snap. A layer of frost spread out, almost freezing half of the golden toad's body, and it looked like it had broken out of the ice sculpture. Fortunately, the treasure light toad is a demon beast after all, with a strong physique and tenacious vitality, so it will be fine for a while. When Li Quanqing cultivated the 4th strand of ice soul cold light, the golden toad finally made up the last bit of progress. The pale golden demon energy surged out, drilled out along the copper coin lump on the back of the treasure light toad, and turned into a ball of 5-colored treasure light, which was extraordinary in the sun. It looked like a 3-legged golden toad that had fallen from the fairyland to the mortal world, stepping on a colorful cloud. It exhaled auspiciousness between its breaths, and was covered with jewels and precious stones. Would there be a light ball reward? Li Quanqing put away his ice feathers, and held the golden toad in his hands, feeling very nervous. This was his first time raising an adult demon beast, not starting with a cub. Once his guess was successful, the range of spirit beasts he could choose in the future would undoubtedly be much larger, and he would save more time, as he would not have to raise those beast cubs from scratch bit by bit. Gugua. The belly of the Baoguan toad bulged, and it suddenly made an extremely loud toad cry, like rolling thunder, and its aura surged. After a moment, a click came from its body. The sound was like jade breaking, and it successfully broke through that bottleneck, and entered a new realm. The golden toad suddenly expanded in size, and its color became more golden and brilliant, like a golden statue. There were more than a dozen copper coins on its back, which were lifelike, and could be used to identify higher level treasures. At this moment, a wisp of white air finally emerged from the golden toad's body, and finally turned into a ball of light, floating there, with an attractive color. It really works. The big stone in Li Quanqing's heart finally fell to the ground. He almost couldn't wait to reach out and gently touch the ball of light. It felt soft, smooth, and elastic. Harvest a treasure light toad in the middle stage of key refining, and reward the special physique Duobaoling Tang. Right square bracket. Chapter 102 Duobaoling Tang. Duobaoling Tang? Li Quanqing blinked, and had some guesses in his mind. In addition to the classification of spiritual roots, there are many special physiques in the world of cultivating immortals, such as spiritual bodies, Taoist bodies, and even the immortal bodies, that are said to be able to become immortals in one lifetime. This Duobaoling Tang should also be considered a kind of spiritual body. He put the ball of light into the storage bag. He didn't know what kind of strange phenomenon would happen when it was fused. He decided to put it away first and find a place where no one was around to slowly refine it. I didn't expect that raising an adult to break through the realm would actually give me a light ball reward. Li Quanqing held the quacking Baoguan toad in his hand, and his heart was excited. In this way, the time and resources consumed would be much less. After all, the difficulty of a monster breaking through the foundation from the late stage of key refining and cultivating it from the cub form to the foundation is not at the same level. However, adult monsters can be raised, but there should be restrictions. After all, I can see the progress of cultivation. If I buy a spirit beast that is stuck at 99% of the 3rd level of key refining, and feed it for 2 days, it can break through the middle stage of key refining. Isn't it a sure thing? Li Quanqing touched his chin and thought about the time when he just crossed over and awakened the golden finger to cultivate monster cubs. At the beginning, the golden finger would not recognize any big black carp with a maturity of more than 50%. Even if he raised such a big black carp to maturity, there would be no light ball reward. By analogy, there should also be a 50% limit on the progress of cultivation. He thought about the progress of the golden toad when he just got it, which was at the third level of key refining, 17%, and he immediately felt relieved. There is such a limit for the third level of key refining, but there is no limit for the first and second levels of key refining, and the resources and time consumed will also be more. You still have to compare prices from 3 stores, look and touch more, and try to buy monsters of the 3rd and 6th levels of key refining. As for the 9th level of key refining monsters, before breaking through the foundation building stage, Li Quanqing had no intention of buying it. In one word, play it safe. Come, let me touch it, and plant a slave beast seal for you. Li Quanqing grabbed the golden toad, and he was familiar with it. There was a spiritual light blooming on his fingertips, and the power of the soul surged, turning into a white transparent small seal. Before, he was not sure whether there would be a light ball reward after the breakthrough of the treasure light toad. Now that it has been confirmed to be successful, and the golden toad has broken through the middle stage of key refining, it is natural to want to be safe. Gugwa. Gugwa. The treasure light toad lay there leisurely, with its belly exposed, without any resistance at all, and relaxed all over, allowing it to be used. Li Quanqing directly planted a slave beast seal in his true spirit, which was too smooth, and it went all the way. Gugwa. The spirit toad didn't feel anything at all. It squinted its eyes, and looked at him, as if saying, "Are you done yet? I still have to work." Li Quanqing coughed, felt the spiritual connection that seemed to be there and not there, and immediately felt relieved, and threw the treasure light toad back into the jade pile. Duobaoling Tang. After finishing his work, the young man found a quiet place, covered his body with a formation, and then took out the ball of light and crushed it. In the flashing light, a colorful jade eye shaped like a gem appeared in his hand, with a black pupil, staring at him, as if it had life. Duobaoling Tong, a natural treasure pupil that can see the aura of all things in the world, explore all treasures, and help practice. It needs to absorb the aura of all kinds of treasures to grow. How to use this thing? Li Quanqing rubbed the jade eye in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and put it on his forehead. Huangting, and Niwen Palace to try. It can't be swallowed into the stomach, right? Sure enough, the next moment, the jade eye vibrated slightly, and a new change occurred. But, the air vibrated, and a series of pressure slides shot out from the black pupil, colorful and shining on the world. Then, under the stimulation of the soul power, the jade eye suddenly melted, and turned into 2 balls of liquid covering the surface of Li Quanqing's eyes, with a strong sense of restraint. His eyes were dyed with colorful jade, leaving only the pupils in black, flashing dark colors. Can't see. Li Quanqing felt a sharp pain in front of his eyes, followed by a brief blindness, and could not see anything, as dark as night. Fortunately, this astringent feeling went away quickly, and a stream of warm currents were released from the pupils, and drilled into his soul. It was warm and cozy, as if he was in a hot spring, and it felt like wearing a steam eye mask. Although it is called a spiritual pupil, the real mystery is actually closely related to the soul. Li Quanqing's expression gradually relaxed, and he simply lay on the ground, letting it toss and turn, and his whole head felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. More than 2 hours passed. Just when Li Quanqing was drowsy, he heard 2 crisp sounds, and the jade layer covering the surface of his eyes broke into 2 halves. Is it over? Li Quanqing waited for a moment, and then took the jade from his eyes, and saw the light again. He had the cultivation of body refining, so it didn't hurt. Swish! Exclamation mark. The young man blinked gently, and in his dark pupils, the 5-colored precious light was lingering. He suddenly realized that the world in front of him had become different. Everything was glowing, releasing its own aura. Every mountain, stone, grass, and tree were steaming with air currents of different colors. Even the mountains and rivers on the earth had the same air currents, and the earth's air was surging like rivers. See through the appearance, and see the origin. Is this the world in the eyes of the Bao Guangchan? Li Quanqing looked at the Zenhei bell hanging on his waist and saw the azure blue light surging like the sea, with water vapor and a crystal clear invisible sword light. He realized that his Duo Baoling tongue was eager to absorb the precious light and spiritual energy contained in the Zenhei bell. Li Quanqing did not hesitate and directly absorbed a wisp of treasure energy and merged it into his pupils. The next moment, a wisp of sea blue appeared in his pupils, and the origin seemed to have increased a little bit. After absorbing this airflow, Duo Bao Tong lost interest in Zenhei bell. Unlike Bao Guangchen, what he needed was not a large amount of treasure key, but quantity. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, 100,000. The more treasures, the better. One treasure, one key. But the spiritual pupil is not omnipotent. Many powerful cultivators are born with sharp spiritual perception. If you snoop around, you will be easily beaten. Li Quanqing blinked, and the treasure light in his pupils dissipated, turning into warm black eyes again. With the spiritual pupil sending and receiving as he wished, he finally saw the normal appearance of this world again, no longer so upside down. It's time to go to the Whale King market. Li Quanqing stretched his body and stood up, making a decision in his heart. Now that the market is gradually being built and improved, he should also go to his own land to take a look and think about what business is better. Moreover, there are many treasures in the market, so he can practice Duo Baoling Tong and buy some spirit beasts of the key refining level and bring them back for cultivation. The jade python and the copper armored crab are about to break through to the middle stage of key refining, but the spiritual energy of Yulong Island is not enough. We need to buy some cultivation elixirs and monster meat to help. Thinking of this, Li Quanqing suddenly had a headache. Although Yulongbo is very large, it only has a spiritual vein of the first class quality. The fourth batch of more than 1,000 green jade carps have entered the key refining realm one after another, swallowing and spitting out day and night, which can be said to be more than 1,000 key refining cultivators. Although the carps are small in size and have no cultivation techniques to open up the dungeon, they can only instinctively swallow the spiritual energy into their bodies and integrate it into their flesh and blood. More than 10 green jade carps are equivalent to a human cultivator. But the spiritual energy consumed every day can also be said to be huge. Add to that Ao King and the other 20 middle stage key refining spiritual fish. The spiritual veins have long been overwhelmed. Fortunately, Li Quanqing himself has never practiced at all. He relies on spiritual stones and spiritual energy balls for meditation and breathing, and finally maintains the situation. The macro spiritual energy balls produced by the big blue carp are useless to me. I might as well throw them directly into the fish pond and feed the spiritual veins in Yulongbo. Li Quanqing made a decision. This is called the wool comes from the sheep. Even so, after 2 or 3 years, the third batch of 100 green jade carps will break through the middle stage of key refining one after another. Then the support limit of Yulongbo will be reached. Let's talk about the future later. By that time, I'm afraid I will be ready to break through the bottleneck of foundation building. Li Quanqing thought of the various gossips that Li Quanfu had told him during this period. The furnace of foundation building pills in Shuhua Sword Sect has begun to be refined. The news spread, attracting the attention of all foundation building forces and casual cultivators. He was also very envious, but unfortunately he could only watch. Not to mention touching it, he couldn't even smell the fragrance of the foundation building pill. Dear readers, do you have any spiritual beasts you want to see? Flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the sea are all fine, the more the better. Chapter 103 Team. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a spiritual energy ball. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward a middle grade magic weapon jade carp sword. Harvest a jade carp in the early stage of key refining, and reward 10 middle grade talisman ice arrow talismans. Li Quanqing drove the spiritual boat, shuttling between the fish dragon ponds, and from time to time picked up jade carps that had entered the mature stage and were waiting to be harvested. They were all very familiar treasures. The spiritual energy balls were refined on the spot, and the magic weapons and talismans were piled in storage bags and sold in the market. Hiss. The water rippled, and the green water python poked out its big blue head, looked at him waterily, and spit out its pink snake tongue. In the waters next to it, a group of watery young pythons swam around their mothers. They had grown to be nearly 2 meters long, and their scales were beautiful like gems. Tipsy green water python. Master, another cup of that delicious drink. I want more. It feels so good to have a dizzy head. Cultivation. Key refining level 3, 97%. Li Quanqing saw this and immediately took out a big bellied gourd from the cabin, opened it and a strange aroma escaped. This is a drink he made when he had nothing to do. It is a delicious juice mixed with tea and soul nourishing water, fengling leaves, Qingfeng tea leaves and the pulp of the thunder peach tree. The taste is very strange, sour and sweet, crisp and numb, perhaps because it is mixed with soul nourishing water. It tastes very good. Li Quanqing poured a cup, and the green water python immediately drank it with relish, revealing a slightly tipsy and relaxed feeling. He found that both the thunderhorn python and the green water python were very interested in this sweet and sour juice spirit liquid. The golden flame tiger preferred food with a strong aroma, and the copper armor crab only loved large and hard ores. I seem to have a talent for brewing wine. Do you want to try and find some wine recipes to learn? Li Quanqing fed these young pythons again, and one by one, they all floated on the sea and kept burping, as if they were drunk. Ayo King, you have to take care of the house this time too. Li Quanqing found his favorite big fish cub, and explained many matters carefully. The master is leaving home again, and going on a long journey? Wouldn't that mean he can surf again? Ayo King was immediately shocked, and didn't hear the rest of the words clearly. A blazing fire burned in his eyes. For a real male fish, the journey should be raging waves and the sea of stars. Li Quanqing stopped talking helplessly, and let them go. Anyway, nothing happened. Jinyanhu, let's go. Take you out for a trip. Li Quanqing took out a piece of roasted dried fish, and Jinyanhu immediately ran over when he smelled the smell, drooling. The big cat has been making a lot of noise on Yulong Island recently with the help of the Qingfeng gourd, so it's a good time to take him out for some experience. Moreover, Li Quanqing was going to buy some spiritual beasts on land to keep it company. On the entire Yulong Island, there was only the Jinyanhu, a creature with 4 legs. It was too lonely, so it should find a companion. Li Quanqing still attached great importance to the psychological problems of his cubs. Ayo how. Jinyanhu held a dried fish in his mouth, and reluctantly flapped his wings to become a mount. Hiss at this time, the green water pythons acted collectively, poking their heads out of the water, holding juicy big black fish in their mouths as food for the road. They are indeed a meal partner with a deep friendship. Ayo how Jinyanhu's eyes lit up with excitement, and a small bell tied with a red rope appeared from his furry neck. Ding dang. Ding dang. The bell vibrated, and the sound waves were pleasant. The big black fish in the mouths of the green water pythons disappeared immediately, and were put into the bell. This is a storage magic tool that Li Quanqing specially asked someone to customize for the tiger cub to store the Qingfeng gourd. Unexpectedly, it became a fish warehouse. Hiss roar, the tiger and the python kept shouting, as if they were communicating, and both sides were satisfied. Li Quanqing didn't understand, and through the slave beast seal, he vaguely sensed that it meant something like the fish outside is big, I'll catch it for you to eat. Suddenly, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Let's go, a group of foodies. Li Quanqing grabbed the 2 round and fluffy tiger ears, and controlled the golden flame tiger to fly up. The long golden hair fluttered, emitting a warm and pleasant flame breath. 1 person and 1 tiger rose from the sea, surrounded by the breeze, left from the sky above Yulong Island, and passed through the formation towards the direction of Bao Qingfang. Ayo how. Leaving the warm bed, the golden flame tiger was a little depressed at first, but soon attracted by the endless sea. It flapped its wings excitedly, shuttled through the waves, and curiously looked at the depths of the sea. It wanted to catch fish, but was afraid that the sea water would wet its beautiful fur. Chirp. A group of white seagulls chirped and flew over their heads, tilting their heads to look at this strange guy. The creatures living in the sea have never seen a tiger. When Jinyanhu saw this group of seabirds, he flew over and approached them, as if he saw his relatives. Chirp! Exclamation mark. The seagulls flew in all directions, and suddenly dived down, found the gathering of fish, and prepared to start hunting. The sea surface was boiling, the waves were splashing, and small silverfish with tiny scales jumped out of the water, dense and numerous. Jinyan, who had never seen such a scene before, and he was stunned at the time, and then he couldn't help but spit out a golden red fireball from his throat. The fire wave exploded on the sea surface, and the seagulls flew away in a flash, and the fish scattered, leaving only a piece of fat roasted silverfish floating on the water. Jinyan, who immediately put it into the storage bag happily. Li Quanqing did not stop the cubs and let them do whatever they wanted. He took some sea fish and roasted them with azure fire until both sides were golden brown, and then sprinkled them with seasoning. They were crispy, fragrant, and delicious. Bao King Market. Meet Elder King. Good day, Elder. Li Quanqing led the spirit tiger on the streets of the market, with the Elder Jade card on his waist shining, and clansmen saluted him wherever he went. He came to his own shop, Quanqing Pavilion, and the business was quite hot, with monks coming and going all the time. As his status rose, there were naturally monks with different thoughts who wanted to give him gifts in various ways. What's more, the quality of the things he sold was really good. After all, they were made by Guangchun, and they were good quality and cheap. Boss, everything has been arranged. Li Quanfu saw him coming, and hurried out to say, and he had actually started to grow two small mustaches on his mouth. Dressed on his round and plump face, he really looked a bit majestic and mature. After all, Li Quanqing didn't care about things. Li Quanfu had to look after the shop and also care about the development of the gold marrow jade mine, so he asked for permission and hired two assistants, who could be called the second shopkeeper. Living in the shop moved his ki, and nourishing his body moved his body. He did gradually develop a noble air. Instructing the two assistants to look after the shop, Li Quanfu led his brothers to the market pier. How is the business of the shop now? Li Quanqing asked, always asking about one or two. We can sell 2 kingly swords every month, which is more than 160 spirit stones. The Kinglin shield is too expensive. We have only sold one in such a long time. The sales of the beauty nourishing spiritual mud have declined a bit. Now the best selling ones are the water arrow talisman and the ice arrow talisman. After all, the quantity is large and the price is cheap. Li Quanqing could understand it very well. After all, most of the people who came to the market to make a living were casual cultivators in the early and middle stages of key refining, and cultivators from small families. A Kinglin shield cost hundreds of spirit stones, which was too expensive. How is the development of the golden marrow jade mine going? Boss, we have developed about 10% of the veins now, and our share is guaranteed to be 70%, which is worth about 1,400 spirit stones. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. The entire jade mine was fully developed, and the total value created was about 20,000 spirit stones. It was equivalent to half a foundation building bill. And that's it. Li Quanfu continued, because a large amount of golden jade has flowed into the market, the price has been a bit low recently. The family's intention is to postpone mining, store it in the treasury first, and wait until the price goes up before selling it in batches. Li Quanqing narrowed his eyes. Someone is jealous and wants to do something. That's not the case. Li Quanfu shook his head hurriedly. Some time ago, the third elder just led the supreme elder to inspect once. The people in the mine are more friendly to me than to their biological father. Hearing this, Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing. Although there is a supreme elder as a backer, we can't be careless. Just store it in the treasury according to the family's intention, and let Quan Mo and others keep a close eye on it. Quan Shu and the three of you are still counting on this batch of jade mines to buy Tang Huadan. Thank you, shopkeeper. Li Quanfu's heart suddenly gave rise to a warm current. He is now at the 5th level of key refining, and it's time to consider the big bottleneck of the late stage of key refining. Changqing inherits the clan, Qunai Qunjin. Yangan inherits the world, and Zhuangqing. Now that the old guys of the Kun generation are getting old, many of the clan members who are over 100 years old have begun to sit in meditation one after another. It is officially the turn of the younger generation of the Quan generation to start to take the position and get in touch with the core of family power. As the only family elder of the Quan generation, Li Quanqing naturally let it go without too many concerns. Blatantly, Quan Mo, Quan Shu, and Quan Zhen, each of the three guys, gave a position as a family steward. Then they were all arranged to the Gen Sui Jade Mine, a good position with the most money. The three of them also gradually attracted many collateral clan members and managed the jade mine like an iron bucket. In addition to the support of the Quanqing, they intervened in various key points of the family and gradually established their own network of relationships. It can be said that he is extremely powerful. Although he has been staying on Yulong Island for many years, the name Li Quanqing has become more and more famous in the Qinghai Islands this year. There is a faint call for the first person of the Quan generation and the future family foundation. Oh, by the way, brother. Li Quanfu remembered something again. Your younger brother Li Quanfu refused the arrangement to go to the jade mine, saying that he just wanted to accompany the old man to take care of the 2 fish ponds, and it would be convenient to stay at home to take care of his mother. Li Quanqing was stunned, thought for a moment, and said, "Tell him for me that if he can break through the 6th level of key refining before the age of 30, I will give him a Tanghua pill and the fish pond. It's rare for him to have the mind to raise fish peacefully, so I'll fulfill his wish. Anyway, now he has money and a mine at home, so he is not worried." Li Quanfu was envious when he heard this. The boss is still a sentimental person. At the pier, a large spiritual boat stood quietly in the deep water area, leading directly to the Whale King market, which is now the most lively place in this tens of thousands of miles of sea. The two had already bought tickets, and with the blessing of the Elder's status, they immediately boarded the ship. Chapter 104, Whale King Square. Woohoo. The horn roared, and the large spiritual boat was like a mountain slowly moving on the sea, sailing into the purple Red Sea in front of us. The waves were surging, like a brightly colored sea of blood. Purple blood sea, here I come again. Li Quanqing stood on the deck, stroking the head of the golden flame tiger, and looking at the distant sea. Perhaps even he did not expect that an ordinary hunt would involve such a big thing. A single move can affect the whole body. The giant ship parted the huge waves and headed towards the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect. When it was approaching, there were cultivators everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Thousands of boats competed for the current, and the escape lights were like rain. The cultivators were just like locusts covering the sky and the earth, swarming towards the front. Even the cultivators on the spiritual boat, who set out from Beoqingfang, couldn't help but show a touch of excitement and expectation on their faces. Wow, so many people. Li Quanqing smacked his lips. He thought Beoqingfang was already a market with a huge flow of people. But compared with the cultivators seen at this time, there are nearly 10 times less. Even the Zhuoyao Island conference in the past was not so prosperous. I heard from the clan that the 3rd level formation in the Whale Emperor sect is quite powerful. The Shuhua Sword sect is ready to open the entrance to the ruins and collect head fees from independent cultivators. This time, RC area is completely boiling. Even many cultivators from other nearby giant sects have rushed here. After all, Li Quanfu is a businessman and is well informed. Li Quanqing nodded after hearing this. Although the big forces have eaten the fat meat, a little bit of leftovers can be regarded as a feast for independent cultivators. But! Exclamation mark. The air vibrated, and the large spirit boat seemed to have crossed a certain boundary. The spiritual energy in the air became richer. Li Quanqing looked up and immediately saw a familiar pillar of light that went straight into the sky and illuminated 100 miles. Last time he turned around and ran away. This time he finally had the opportunity to get close and finally saw the true face of the giant and ruins. In the depths of the purple Red Sea, surrounded by a large area of brightly colored coral reefs, 2 broken ancient statues stood. These statues were extremely large, dozens of feet high, and looked like 2 giant whales in the sea, covered with all kinds of moss and shells. Surrounded by the 2 giant whale statues, a towering altar stood, and the pillar of light that reached the sky was blooming from above the altar, like an open door. Boss, just stand on that altar, and pass through that pillar of light, to reach the secret realm, where the remains of the Whale Emperor sect are located. Li Quanfu introduced. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. He had heard Li Quanqiu and others introduce it a long time ago, so he was not unfamiliar with it. The secret realm is a small space independent of the main world. It is large and small, and it is also known as a blessed place. As far as he knows, the Shuhua Sword sect has a secret realm that is specially used to grow various 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines and monopolize the refining of foundation building pills. to control the various forces under its command. The secret realm in front of him can actually accommodate an ancient sect, and its area is absolutely astonishingly large. It can be seen that the Whale Emperor sect has a deep foundation and is definitely the top level giant insect. Unfortunately, the altar is now densely covered with formations. Dozens of warships are parked, and there are disciples of the Shuhua sword sect patrolling day and night, so ordinary people can't get close at all. We have arrived at the Whale Emperor market. Please jump off the boat in an orderly manner. The spirit boat roared, and there were bursts of sounds. There were originally no islands in this sea area, only large scattered coral reefs. Later, the sword sect and the foundation building monks of the major families joined forces to artificially move an island to open up the market. The Yun family knows how to do business. They actually drove the mountain moving cloud boat here. Li Quanqing looked up and saw a familiar third level spirit boat floating in the misty white clouds, as big as an island. Boss, that is the Taoan warship of the Sitter family. There is also one coming. Li Quanfu pointed to the distance of the market. A large third level spirit boat was also docked on the sea. It was as black as rolling dark clouds and was carried up by a group of black turtles. At this time, the gap between the 5 major families can be seen, including the Li family. The highest level large spiritual boat is only the 2nd level, with the deterrent power of the foundation building level. Although the Yun family also has a 3rd level cloud boat that can move mountains, it was exchanged from a Yuanying sect using merit points during the Great Reclamation of the East China Sea 1,000 years ago. The Sitter family has 2 3rd level Taoan warships. No wonder even the Shuhua sword sect is afraid of it. Let's go and take a look in the market. The two boarded the island. Because it is a man-made spiritual island, the area is not very large, only more than 10 miles. But the planning is very flat, with a mountain in the west and an inner island lake in the east, one high and one low, built by the sea. The mountain is a station of the Shuhua sword sect, and it is heavily guarded. No outsiders are allowed to approach. The inner island lake in the east is the core of the market. It is surrounded by a circle along the lake shore, and is covered by a towering formation. Various buildings have shiny tiles and walls, and many shops are still under construction, looking like a wasteland waiting to be rebuilt. Even so, it was still very lively and bustling. Many cultivators spontaneously set up stalls and shouted loudly, "Take a look, take a look." Freshly baked Whale Emperor sect relics, ancient magic tools and antiques are all available. You can't buy at a loss, you can't buy and be fooled. The authentic ruins topographic map. Want to fight for a foundation building spiritual object? Depend on it. Li Quanqing looked around and saw all kinds of good things claiming to be circulated from the Whale Emperor sect, such as incomplete magic weapon fragments, ruins treasure maps, and ancient divine pills containing amazing fortunes. He opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils and took a closer look. The treasure aura was so thin that, even if the treasure light toad came, it would probably starve to death. They were all freshly baked ripped goods from last week. Even so, there were still many newbies in the world of immortal cultivation who were enjoying the shopping, full of beautiful yearning for the legendary golden pill ruins. These leaks, one after another, can never be cut. Let's go and take a look at our shop. What a bunch of swindlers. Li Quanqing shook his head, took out the title deed and searched carefully. Finally, he found a wasteland of more than 300 acres on the shore of Nidao Lake. Hiss. A full few hundred acres of land. Are these the shops mentioned by the third elder? They are obviously palaces. Li Quanqing widened his eyes and confirmed several times before he was sure that the title deed in his hand could indeed open the formation covering this wasteland. Li Quanfu was also stunned. His mind was working frantically, and he was already thinking about what to build to collect rent. Li Quanqing walked around his own land, and unexpectedly, he really saw a palace under construction next door. The main body of the hall has been built almost, with blue glazed tiles as the main body, carved beams and painted buildings, and the plaque on the main hall has also been hung. Xianfu Hall. Li Quanqing read the words on the plaque. Are you the Taoist brother who bought the 300-acre land next door? At this time, a young woman in a nice blue palace skirt walked out of the Xianfu Hall. She looked cold and noble, with a little cinnabar between her eyebrows, and her words were as clear as pearls. She looked at Li Quanqing's robe and said, "So you are a Taoist brother from the King Gaiu Li family. No wonder you are so arrogant. I'm Shen Bingson from the Cheyenne Fu Shen family. I have just come to your precious land to do some talisman business. I hope you can take care of me in the future." The girl bowed and saluted, as if she could not smile. Her face was cold, but her attitude was very polite. Li Quanqing, meet fellow Taoist Shen. Li Quanqing chewed on the name and suddenly remembered Shen Mengli whom he had met before. "I wonder if your family has some relationship with a fairy named Shen from the Yan'ou sect? My Shen family is from the Cheyenne Fu Islands in the Yan'ou Sea. Shen Mengli is my aunt, the supreme elder of the family." Shen Bingson did not hide anything and told him everything. Li Quanqing thought of his own great elder Li Kunlun and immediately slapped his thigh. After all this time, it turns out that we are a family. No wonder we can live next to each other. His attitude suddenly became much more friendly. At this time, Li Quanfu also walked around the wasteland and felt confident. "Boss, such a large piece of land. Why don't we build a cave house and rent it to those casual cultivators to collect spiritual stones? Become a landlord?" Li Quanqing was stunned, and after thinking carefully, he found that this was really a good idea. Next to him, Shen Bingson also spoke up and supported this idea. "Brother, such a large piece of land is really a loss for simply doing business. Why not build a cave house to attract people, and then build a dozen shops selling treasures, which can be rented or sold, and eat one fish and several fish?" Both of them are very business-minded guys. With one word, they slowly spread out a beautiful blueprint in front of them. The spiritual stones are earned, and they can never be spent. Li Quanqing listened for a moment, and suddenly felt that it sounded familiar. Isn't this the commercial street in the previous life, which is often built under various hotels, and has a huge flow of people? It's very interesting. Shen Bingson also said at this time that when the Cheyenne Fu Hall is completed, he can introduce this construction team to him. They are all cultivators with various civil and wood spiritual roots. They are busy all year round, have extremely rich construction experience, and ask for a very low price. Li Quanqing thought about it and decided to copy the single family villa in the previous life and build 2 high-rise buildings to rent to those poor cultivators. The immortal caves in this world are very primitive. They are small courtyards, which waste land resources too much, and have never experienced such a big scene. A building with dozens of floors and 20 households living on one staircase is unimaginable. And because of the high space utilization rate, the price naturally comes down. It is cheap and durable, and the land is still owned by the family. In this way, his own cave is not unique in the entire Fangxi, and the commercial competitiveness is very strong. After all, it is rented to monks to live in. They have strong fighting power. If there is a neighborhood conflict, it is easy to smash my building, so the formation needs to be reinforced twice. No, if the building is smashed, it will be a good opportunity to ask them for compensation, and it will even make more money. Li Quanqing slapped his head and suddenly it became clear. He thought about it and decided to name this community. It was this cave house, Fish Dragon Happy House. Li Quanqing was very happy, but it was a pity that there was a lot of work to be done. Let's go and see the spirit beasts in the market first. Shen Bingson has been in the Whale King Square for a month or two. She is familiar with various layouts and volunteered to take them to the Spirit Beast Street. This young lady looks cold and has a cold temperament, but she is actually very strange and kind. She is beautiful and kind. Chapter 105, Snowfield Lone Leopard. Aohao. Jin Yanhu raised his tail and walked in the Whale King Square, showing off his power. His golden hair looked like silk with flames burning on it, and he attracted a lot of attention. Whale King Square has just been built. There are not many shops open in the Spirit Beast Street, but they are all very well known and worth visiting. Shen Bingson led the way in front and introduced them. It took about an incense stick of time to reach the destination. The square market is guarded by formations, and all kinds of flying magic tools and spirit beasts are prohibited. You can either walk or take the official transportation magic tools. Of course, once you become a foundation building ancestor, you don't need to care about these cumbersome rules. Several people walked in the Spirit Beast Street, which was sparsely populated and seemed a bit deserted. There were only 5 or 6 shops, and they tied up their best spirit beasts outside to attract customers. Ayo how? Jinyan, who shook his tail, jumped, and suddenly saw a monster that looked very similar to himself. It was also a large cat, with fluffy silver white fur, as soft as clouds, and black plum-like spots all over its fur. Its big claws were thick and soft. Is this a snow leopard? Li Quanqing recognized this creature. Its furry head was round and square, and its expression was proud, with a kind of noble and mysterious majesty. Gilulu the snow leopard crouched on a high platform, with a thin silver chain tied around its neck. Its amber pupils squinted at everyone, and a low growl came out of its throat. The sun shone through the clouds, sprinkling on the leopard, dyeing the silver white fur with a touch of light gold. Ayo how? The golden flame tiger paced around the stone platform with its big paws. Its head tilted again and again, as if it was very interested in the snow leopard. In its eyes, the other party looked too much like itself. Furry fur, 4 big paws, a round head and cat ears, a smart furry tail, and even a pair of white wings. Ayo how? The golden flame tiger squatted on the ground and blinked, and the expression on his face suddenly froze. It looked at the 2 wings drooping on its back, and then at the smooth and flat back of the snow leopard, and immediately lost interest. A fellow without wings is not one of my kind at all. The golden flame tiger turned its ears and left directly, lying at the feet of Li Quanqing, yawning, with snow white fangs, and stretched out its wings and shook them 3 times, as if to show off. Ayo. Meow! Exclamation mark. The snow leopard spirit beast seemed to be irritated by its attitude. It stared at the tiger cub and growled softly, with stars of transparent ice chips spraying from its throat. People who have raised snow leopards at home know that, although this big cat looks majestic, it is actually a clip-like voice. It sounds fierce and ferocious, and it does not have the domineering aura of lions and tigers at all, and instantly destroys that kind of cold aura. The roars of the snow leopard made Li Quanqing laugh, and he became interested in raising it. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in this cloud-stepping snow leopard? This is the signature spirit beast in our shop. Just at this moment, the owner of the shop was very discerning and came out, smiling and introducing it. The Yun family's shop. Li Quanqing raised his eyes and glanced at the sign and mark on the plaque. He immediately understood how this creature that lives on the mainland could appear here. It seems that the spirit beasts at the previous Zioao conference were not sold out, so they were transported here to attract customers. The boss touched the smooth and soft fur of the snow leopard and began to introduce the origin of this spirit beast. It was born in the icy and snowy Bihan Plain. Because it is already an adult demon beast, its body is more than 4 meters long, and that's not counting the long and thick furry tail. Whenever this demon beast runs on the boundless snow plain, it is like walking on the clouds, and leaving no traces on the snow, hence the name. The weather in Bihan Plain is freezing cold, but our East China Sea is warm and pleasant. I'm afraid such a snow leopard spirit beast will not adapt to the climate. Shen Bingson spoke. This woman is really smart. She noticed the problem at a glance, and was not confused by the majestic and cute appearance of the snow leopard. The boss showed an awkward smile on his face. After all, it is a demon beast, with demonic energy protecting its body and strong vitality. It's not easy to have problems. Dear guests, please rest assured. Boss, although that's what you said, it's an exotic monster after all. It's very difficult to raise it. Maybe we have to create a cold environment. If it gets sick, will you be responsible? Li Quanfu spoke up right after him, ready to bargain. This is the instinct of a qualified businessman. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and couldn't help but touch the cute big snow leopard. He could leave the bargaining to his younger brother. Lone leopard on the snowfield, treading cloud snow leopard. The snow is falling so deeply and so seriously, reflecting mile-only figure walking on the ice field cultivation. 5th level of key refining, 47%. Do you miss seeing the white snow in your hometown? Li Quanqing looked at the leopard's head raised high. The pair of grey-blue eyes looked at the northern sky, stubborn and sad. Boss, I'll buy this snow leopard. After paying more than 900 spirit stones, Li Quanqing successfully owned the first cute and handsome leopard in his life. Dear guest, the blood contract of slavery of this treading cloud snow leopard is here. Please keep it. The boss smiled and handed over a blood-red jade plate, which was engraved with prohibitions, sealing the essence of the spirit leopard's heart and a trace of its soul to ensure that it would not rebel. The blood contract of slavery is the most common means of enslaving spirit beasts in the world of immortal cultivation. Whoever holds the jade plate can control the spirit beast, which is very convenient. Out of caution, Li Quanqing naturally had to check it carefully and put another slave beast seal on it. Aoao, meow. Under the effect of the blood contract, the treading cloud snow leopard obediently lowered his head and let the small white seal drill into his soul. Although he was born in the ice field and has a proud temperament, his temper is surprisingly well behaved. Much more obedient than a certain golden layer big cat. So good. Li Quanqing held the silver chain on the snow leopard's neck and had no intention of letting go for the time being. This is the first time we meet, so I'll give you a gift. He stretched out his palm, and a trace of cold air surged, dissipating along the meridians, and finally turned into a round bead like an ice cube. It was the 100-year-old ice soul that he had refined into his body before. Now that he has cultivated the ice soul cold light, he no longer needs this thing. Or meow. The snow leopard nudged the ice soul bead with its nose and licked it with its pink tongue, and suddenly its eyes widened in surprise. The ice soul originally came from the North Plains. Although the spirit leopard had never seen it, its ancestors had obtained it, so there was a certain instinct in its blood. Knowing that this is a good thing, that is beneficial to growth. So he rolled up his tongue and swallowed it into his stomach, making a comfortable and satisfied gurgling sound. The big tail shook excitedly, as if it was wrapped around Li Quanqing like a python, as if the tail had its own independent consciousness. You must work hard to practice, roll it up for me, and at least break through the late stage of key refining. Li Quanqing rubbed the leopard's head. Because of the cold living environment, the silver gray fur was thick and soft, and felt very good. He asked the boss. This kind of snow leopard would only reach the 4th or 5th level of key refining after adulthood, and very few would break through to the late stage of key refining. In terms of racial potential alone, it is not as good as top grade monsters such as the golden flame tiger and the thunderhorn python. Fortunately, he still has the ice blue feather left by the Gengjin monster, which contains an extremely cold artistic conception and can enhance the potential of the snow leopard. Li Quanqing was in a very good mood as he had a new harvest. As soon as he entered the spirit beast street, he has a golden flame tiger in his left hand and a cloud stepping snow leopard in his right hand. He can be called the golden and silver guardians. He is so handsome, not to mention how majestic he is. Chapter 106 Fujiki Seru. Jianbao Building. On the most prosperous street in Fangxi, Li Quanqing led a tiger and a leopard to the most conspicuous core area. There were many cultivators and a large building stood in front of him. The eaves were high and the spiritual lights of various colors were flashing. It was obvious that there was a very powerful formation restriction. Is this the shop opened by Shuhua Sword Sect? Li Quanqing looked around and saw the conspicuous sign on the attic and immediately guessed. Brother Li is right. This is the Sword Sect's own business. It also sells various spiritual beasts. Although the price is not cheap, they are all good things. Shen Binkson introduced at the side. Their Shen family is attached to the Gengjin sect Yanyu sect, and they are not very afraid of Shuhua Sword Sect. Although Yanyu sect only recruits female disciples, it has 2 Gengjin ancestors, and is much stronger than the Sword Sect. Go in and take a look. Li Quanqing led 2 big cats, and took the lead, to walk into Jianbao Building. After entering this quaint building, the view suddenly opened up. The entire building was hollowed out, without any stairs. Instead, there were various floating buildings, forming different layers of areas. Colorful spiritual lights danced overhead, shining and illuminating every corner. As expected of the Gengjin sect's industry, it was really extraordinary. Welcome all fellows to the Jianbao Building. 2 rows of lively girls bowed together. Each of them was exquisite and graceful, with a fairy spirit. All of them were female cultivators at the key refining level. Although plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum each had its own characteristics, the robes and fairy skirts on their bodies were too short, snow white and round, with jade legs like a forest. My concubine Lasso, what do you want to buy, senior? A female cultivator with a jade hairpin stood out from the crowd. Her watery arm and eyes seemed to be able to speak, and her voice was as gentle as water. Although Li Quanqing looked very young, the aura on her body was that of the 8th level of key refining, and she could be called an old senior in the world of immortal cultivation. I want to buy a few spirit beasts. Do you have any recommendations? Lu Zhu's face remained smiling. The giant Bao building has everything. Even the spirit beasts unique to the continent are not rare. I will take a few seniors to have a look. The girl took out a disc-shaped magic weapon, deliberately squatted down, and placed it at Li Quanqing's feet, revealing her plump and beautiful curves. Li Quanqing put the 2 big cats into the spirit pet bag, and stepped on the disc. The pattern of the weapon lit up and slowly lifted his body into the air. Clusters of spiritual light bloomed, and turned into a light shield, which not only blocked the strong wind, but also protected customers from falling off the disc. Lu Zhu stepped on a flying magic weapon of the same specifications, talking and laughing, flying in front to lead the way. Li Quanqing shuttled through the attic, and it was very prosperous everywhere. The magic elixir, the talisman formation, and the skill mount each formed a layer of areas, which were very clear. He even saw a suspended waterfall, with waves pouring down, like a silver white dragon hovering there. Lazu noticed his gaze, and explained with a smile, that is the area where water-based spirit beasts are raised. There are even rare bloodlines imported from the open sea. It is rumored that they are descendants of the ancient East China Sea monsters. Senior, would you like to take a look? Li Quanqing naturally went there happily. Crash. The waterfall fell, like a white silk hanging in the air, and finally poured into a huge pool, splashing waves. The pool is quite large, nearly several acres, and presents a transparent light blue color, so you can clearly see all kinds of underwater scenes. The maid introduced them one by one, very patiently, and Li Quanqing was really eye-opening. The pink dolphin monster spitting bubbles, the big crocodile wearing white bone armor, and the sea dragon horses with water blue scales on their bodies in groups. Li Quanqing opened his Duobao spiritual eyes, and observed the demonic aura of these monsters. Those noble bloodlines often bloomed with dazzling treasure light. Is that a Kanghe whale? Li Quanqing suddenly noticed a group of the most dazzling rays of light, like the rippling blue gold waves, shining brightly. He saw a spirit whale that was more than 20 meters long, with a sea blue back as wide as a deck, 2 huge cloud sail fins hanging from its belly, and blue gold eyes as calm as a well, quietly suspended in the sea water. This kind of monster can be said to be a superior race among the monsters in the East China Sea. Adults are at the peak of key refining, and are born at the top of the food chain. Moreover, Kanghe whales often move in groups, and the whale king of each group has a high probability of breaking through the second level foundation building monster. The huge body like a spirit island. The demonic energy contained in the body is as vast as a river, and it is extremely terrifying. This is not an ordinary Kanghe whale, but a direct descendant of the Kanghe whale king, with noble blood, and a high probability of breaking through the foundation building, so the price is not cheap. The girl Lasu smiled, and said an astronomical figure for key refining cultivators. Li Quanqing gave up immediately. Lasu was not discouraged and introduced another monster with ancient blood, the blood-cast octopus. The dark red patterns on its tentacles were like strange demon pupils. Staring at it for a long time would make people's blood boil. Li Quanqing thought that this octopus was too ugly, and he had no intention of raising it. After looking around, he found nothing satisfactory, except the Kanghe whale. As a last resort, Lazu had to take them to the area of land monsters. Crack. As soon as he stepped into the place, Li Quanqing heard extremely loud crowing sounds, one after another, especially loud, which made people feel refreshed. I'm sorry for disturbing the guests. The girl's face suddenly showed a helpless and apologetic smile. Li Quanqing looked over curiously and immediately saw a group of colorful roosters, with the feathers on their tails spread out like a screen. They were very heroic and proud. This is a 5-color spirit chicken. It is at the initial stage of key training, and its combat power is not strong, but it is rumored that it has the blood of the ancient Luan bird. Lu Zhu explained, and added at the end, the spirit eggs they lay are delicious and nutritious. They are very popular among cultivators, so we raise a few of them here, and call them every day. It's interesting. Li Quanqing said, thinking that it would be good to raise a few of these 5-color chickens. The eggs they lay can be fed to the spirit pets to enrich their diet. Mark them first. Everyone walked a few steps further in. This area also occupies a large area. Various terrains are simulated, including rainforest hills, desert ice fields, and the treatment of spirit beasts is very good. It can be said that it is much more attentive than those ordinary shops. Why is there a smell of wine? Li Quanfu shrugged his nose and suddenly smelled a sweet and greasy smell of wine, which was more like juice. Li Quanqing also smelled it at this time, and looked at a lush forest not far away. I saw that in the protection of the formation, the moist soil was full of flowers, the grass and trees were flourishing, and all kinds of plants were growing extremely lush. Shishi. The rainforest shook, the branches and leaves rustled, and suddenly a little monkey with golden brown hair, emerald green pupils, and a wreath on its head emerged. Shishi. The little monkey stepped on a branch, looking at everyone curiously, scratching his ears and cheeks, and looked lively and active. It hadn't seen enough, and a strong hand suddenly fell from the sky, picked it up, and took it into the depths of the rainforest. It was an adult monkey, about 1.23 meters tall, with lush hair and long arms. It was even covered with a simple tree armor made of vines and leaves. The spirit ape glanced at the monks outside. His eyes were indifferent, and he carried the little monkey into the depths of the rainforest and disappeared. What kind of monster is this? And it can also brew monkey wine. Li Quanqing was immediately interested. This is the spirit beast Tengmu ape. It not only likes to brew wine, but is also good at planting and caring for various spiritual plants and medicines. It has a gentle temperament and high wisdom, but it needs to grow in a wide forest. Chapter 107 Dragon Flame Eagle. The girl looked at the spirit ape that disappeared into the depths of the rainforest, and continued, adult rattonwood apes generally have only the 4th level of key refining, and if the growth environment is not large enough and there are not enough plants, they are prone to psychological problems. But similarly, if there are many precious spiritual medicines in the living area, it can promote the growth of rattonwood apes, and help them break through the ranks. Li Quanqing touched his chin. It sounds like a natural spirit plant husband. Lu Zhu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. My guest, you know what? Many human spirit plant husbands are not as good as these spirit apes. Some alchemists will raise a few to take care of their own spirit medicine gardens. Then can these monkeys take care of spiritual rice? Li Quanfu suddenly spoke up, with a quick mind, and a tricky perspective. Spirit rice. The maid Lu Zhu was suddenly silent. The rare spirit beasts that were bought with a lot of spirit stones were actually taken home to cultivate rice. No one has ever tried this. Can I touch 2 of them to see? I prefer spirit beasts that feel good to the touch. Those that are lazy and timid are not for me at first glance. Although this request was a bit strange, the girl had seen even more bizarre customers. After Lasu consulted the steward in the treasure house, she nodded in agreement. Chiji. 2 vinewood monkeys, one big and one small, were caught from the rainforest. The big one had obviously seen a lot of the world, and behaved very calmly. The small monkey was much more lively, jumping up and down, scratching its ears and cheeks, looking at this and touching that, and felt that everything was very new. Abundant harvest. Vinewood monkey, a good harvest of grass and trees is the most wonderful thing in this world. I hope that every little monkey will have endless food and fruits when they are born, and they don't have to be hungry like I used to be. Cultivation. Key refining level 4, 98%. After reading the displayed text, Li Quanqing couldn't help but look sideways, and was a little respectful. According to Lasu, the cultivation level of vinewood monkeys is generally at the key refining level 4, but this one is about to break through, which shows that it really loves planting and harvesting. Fighting monkey. Fujino monkey. My father always locked me up in the forest. One day, I will not be able to see the monkey anymore. Come and fight. Maturity. 31%. Fighting monkey. Li Quanqing was amazed, and could not help but look at the little monkey carefully. He rubbed the monkey's head with his hands. Golden fur, simple rattan armor, and a pair of unruly eyes. An unruly soul pursuing freedom. If it is matched with a straight wooden stick, it can be said to be the most beautiful cub in the monkey group. It's decided to be you. How much do you want this group of Fujino monkeys? Li Quanqing asked. After all, they are a tribe, and he couldn't bear to see the monkeys separated. Now, I have money. Facing such a tyrannical guest, Lazu couldn't help but take a few more glances, and said with a smile, "There are 5 adult spirit monkeys in the monkey group, and this young monkey, a total of 2,200 spirit stones. We do not bargain in Jianbao Lao, guest." Next to him, Li Quanqing heard this, and closed his mouth, which was about to start bargaining instinctively. Li Quanqing nodded. "I think those 5 colored chickens are also very interesting. How about selling a few to me at a lower price?" After all, it was a big deal, so naturally there were discounts. Moreover, the spiritual chickens were weak in cultivation, but they looked like they were at the first or second level of key refining, and their combat power was not good, so they could only be used as ornamental spiritual beasts. Li Quanqing finally bought 5 spiritual chickens at the price of 60 spiritual stones, which was considered as a bonus. After buying the spiritual beasts he liked, Li Quanqing was not in a hurry to leave, and continued to walk deeper. After arriving here, the spiritual beasts were generally at the late stage of key refining, and each of them looked mighty and extraordinary, and they were carefully raised in the formation. This is also the most popular battle pet in the world of immortal cultivation. As soon as you buy it, you can immediately form combat power, which is very cost effective. But Li Quanqing thought about the reward mode of the golden finger, and felt that raising a late stage of key refining monster was too disadvantageous. Key refining great perfection is also a cultivator of the 9th level of key refining, but his cultivation level cannot be improved, and he has not broken through the bottleneck. Therefore, if the spirit beast of the 9th level of key refining wants to break through the realm, it must further break through the foundation building to be considered as breaking through the realm and appearing the light ball reward. Li Quanqing dared not even think about the resources consumed. What's more, there is the problem that the demon beast is too strong and betrays its master. After comprehensive consideration, he just came to take a look and broaden his horizons, and did not want to buy it at all. When I break through the foundation building, I can buy it to keep for fun, and the Kanghe whale, if there is a chance, I will also buy it. Li Quanqing thought in his heart. After opening the light ball so many times, he also has experience, and realizes that many treasures with causal relationships with him will appear in the golden finger. The light ball reward opened by the Kanghe whale may have some connection with the whale impersect, and it cannot be let go. Furious. The giant insect style of doing things is indeed grand. In the deepest part of the spirit beast area, there is actually a man-made volcano. The black and red mountain is nearly 10 meters high. Although it is short, it also has hot magma gushing out, and the fire shines in all directions. Even with the formation guarding, one could still smell the smell of sulfur. The air became scorching hot, and the fire spirit was abundant. At the crater, a phoenix tree took root in the magma. Its branches and leaves were as red as fire, and its roots were as strong as a dragon. An extremely majestic bat was resting on the phoenix tree, with red feathers and a golden beak. It swallowed fire and molten gold, and its whole body was burning with blazing flames. Those feathers were arranged closely, like the scales of a dragon, and the lava-like flames leaked from the gaps, and the breath was fascinating. On both sides of the forehead of the spirit eagle, there was a golden feather extending from each side, like the golden horns of a dragon, indescribably majestic. What kind of monster is this? It feels like it can swallow me in one bite. Li Quanqing wiped the sweat from his forehead, and felt the pressure from the superior race, and was still frightened. This is a top-grade demon beast, the dragon flame eagle. It is also a descendant of a foundation building demon beast, with dragon blood flowing in its body, and it has just broken through the 8th level of key refining. Like that Kanghe whale, it is a treasure that is stored in our building. It has the potential to break through the foundation building stage. You can buy it back, and use it as a guardian spirit beast. Lazu smiled lightly, and introduced it in a lavish manner. Li Quanqing opened his spiritual pupils and immediately saw a group of golden red treasures, which turned into a dragon, and guarded the dragon flame eagle. It was extraordinary. In terms of bloodline potential alone, it was even better than that Kanghe whale. An incredible demon beast, he exclaimed in his heart, and his heart was pounding. However, considering his storage bag, he decided to forget it for the time being. I'll come back to see it when I reach the great perfection of key refining. If it is bought by someone, it can only be said that it is not my destiny. Li Quanqing made up his mind, turned his head and left here, and his heart was itching. I'm still not rich enough. Damn it, I've worked so hard. The young man decided that after returning, he would urge the spirit beasts to continue to roll up and increase their strength. Because Fu Jimuan loved all kinds of spirit plants, Li Quanqing bought another batch of seeds and even listened to Li Quanfu's advice and bought some green bamboo spirit rice. After this kind of spirit rice is planted in the soil, it will grow into the appearance of green bamboo and finally produce crystal-like spirit rice from the bamboo tube. It is very suitable for Fu Jimuan to take care of. Li Quanqing thought of the green water python and copper armored crab in the fish pond that were about to break through, so he simply bought those auxiliary pills that help the cultivators break through the middle stage of key refining. There were still too few pills specifically for spirit beasts, so he bought the level breaking pills for cultivators, which were almost the same anyway. Eat the immortal beast. In this way, buy a little here and a little there until most of the spirit stones in the storage bag were spent. Only then did he walk out of the Jianbao Tower with a painful look in Lasu's smiling eyes. Chapter 108 Happy House. Bricks and stones are used as walls, iron rods are used as the skeleton, and a building several tens of feet high is built. No need for flying eaves, no need for jade tiles, and no need for courtyards and gardens. Just divide the building into layers and separate houses of the same shape. Yes, that's right. It's a row of stone coffins. You described it very accurately. This is the feeling we want. Li Quanqing stood on his own land and explained to a group of civil engineers, and his mouth was dry. Next to him, Li Quanfu kept holding up a building model that was made overnight. It could be opened from the inside to show the structure inside to everyone. Li Quanqing found that it was really convenient to build such a single apartment for low-level key refining cultivators. They don't need to eat. They rely on fasting pills and breathing spiritual energy. Occasionally, they can indulge in a meal of spiritual rice, and there is no reincarnation of the 5 grains. Therefore, the kitchen and bathroom are all saved. There are dust-repelling spells for bathing and cleansing talismans for washing clothes. They are all small talismans that are not mainstream, large in quantity, cheap, convenient and fast. Only one room and a cushion are needed for meditation and sleeping, and even the bed and bedding can be saved. However, Li Quanqing was very considerate and decided to equip each room with a set of tables and chairs to facilitate their chanting and drawing. The only thing to consider is the problem of drinking water. After thinking and discussing, it was decided to place a large bucket on the top of the building, then lay pipes on the outer layer, and finally set up several drinking water rooms on each floor. After all, it is difficult for this group of civil monks to understand how to open some twisting pipes in the stone wall. The requirements are too high. Moreover, people in this world currently do not have the habit of drinking boiled water. Just throw 2 water purification spells into the water. As for the elevator, the monks breathe in spiritual energy day and night, and their bodies are strong, plus various light body spells and breath-raising spells. Even climbing dozens of floors is tiring, and you still want to escape from the hands of the vicious robbers? It is better to return to the mortal kingdom as soon as possible to retire and spend the rest of your life. Li Quanqing felt that this group of monk residents might even thank him for giving them a chance to climb the stairs and exercise in the morning and evening. Chirp. Next to him, the little vinewood ape was very perceptive. Seeing that his master was thirsty, he quickly poured out a bowl of amber plum herbal tea from the gourd and served it to him. Newly raised spirit beasts cannot be kept in spirit beast bags for a long time, so Li Quanqing released them all in this 300-acre wasteland. The snow leopard and the golden flame tiger can burn grass to open up wasteland, and the 5-color chicken can catch insects in the field. The 5 vinewood apes tried to plant various ornamental plants on the land after the land was reclaimed, which was considered to be a greening project in advance. Boss, can our happy little house really make spirit stones? Li Quanfu walked over with a look of worry on his face. He had never seen such a strange cave. What's the difference between this and living in a coffin? Li Quanqing drank the green plum herbal tea, but he was full of confidence. Let me ask you, how many spiritual stones do you need to rent a cave in the Whale King Square in a year? At least 30 or 40 spiritual stones. Li Quanfu scratched his head and said a number. Every market has this rule. The monks must live in the caves officially certified by the market after nightfall. First, it is convenient for management, and second, it is to earn spiritual stones. This is the experience summed up by the upper level monks for thousands of years. Instead of trying hard to empty the storage bags of the casual cultivators, it is better to be simple and rough. If you don't pay spiritual stones to rent a cave, get out of here. Don't think about staying on the street to get spiritual energy. It's like standing and earning spiritual stones. This also leads to the high price of caves in every market. In order to get the spiritual veins of the market, many monks can only share a house with others, and there are even more than 100 people living in the same cave. There are policies from above, and countermeasures from below. The cave house in Whale Emperor Square is too expensive. After all, it is located in the third level spiritual vein. Just a breath of spiritual energy is full of the essence of heaven and earth. So many poor casual cultivators can only choose to leave the market at night and live on the nearby deserted islands. During the day, they set up stalls on the street and practice while doing business. Li Quanqing said slowly, the business we do is aimed at this group of people, giving them a happy home where they can stay in the market at night. Li Quanfu understood that their target customers are all poor cultivators in the first and second levels of key refining. Those casual cultivators in the middle and late stages of key refining are too rich. Shu He Sword Sect and major foundation building forces are all eyeing them. On the contrary, these cultivators in the early stages of key refining either rent with others or leave the market at night and live on deserted islands. The forces that look down on the spiritual stones in their pockets are not too strong themselves. At most, they are small key refining families. Li Quanqing has the support of the Qingyu Li family, so he is naturally not afraid. Boss, this way, our profit will be reduced accordingly. Li Quanqing held up a finger. My tentative price is 1 lingxia per day. Living for a month, it is 30 lingxia, 0.3 lingxi. Renting for a year, it is only 3.6 lingxi, which is 10 times the price of ordinary caves. Even Li Quanfu couldn't help but take a breath when he heard this number. Boss, this is too low. Can we make money? Li Quanqing laughed. According to the current plan, each happy house has 33 floors, and each floor can accommodate 20 households. How much can we earn every year with 2 buildings? He also wanted to build it higher, but the Whale Emperor Square has regulations. If it is higher, it will touch the protection range of the island protection formation. Moreover, although the total number of low-level cultivators is large, 2 floors are enough. If there are more, firstly, the gathering spirit formation will not be enough, and secondly, earning too many lingxi will make people jealous, and the Li family will not be able to keep it. Those cultivators above the 4th level of key refining have money in their pockets and look down on this kind of coffin house, so the luxurious cave house operated by the foundation building forces is not affected at all. When the time comes, send part of this spiritual stone to the Supreme Elder, and send part to the Sword Sect Elder stationed in the Whale Emperor Square, and that's it. Li Quanqing touched his chin. Even if this business really doesn't work out in the end, the worst that can happen is to tear it up and rebuild it. Anyway, the land is his own. This group of civil cultivators built very quickly. First, let the gold spiritual root cultivators manipulate various metal rods to build the skeleton of the building. Then the earth spiritual root cultivators covered the metal skeleton with hard big stones to divide the floors and rooms. Considering privacy, sound insulation and the destructiveness of the cultivators, the wall is 2 or 3 feet thick, which can be called a 1,000-year wonder in the mortal dynasty. Finally, the wood spiritual root cultivators checked for leaks and filled the gaps, making doors, windows, and furniture. In order for the 2 buildings to look good, and considering the mental health of the cultivators, Li Quanqing deliberately left a French window made of glazed tiles in each room, embedded in the stone layer. From the outside, 2 nearly 100-meter high glass buildings stand on the shore of the lake, shining in the sun, which is spectacular. In the ancient and conservative world of immortal cultivation, when has such a spectacular building ever appeared? Before it was completed, it has attracted the attention of many cultivators in the market, and people come to ask them what they are building every day. After the 2 main buildings were built, the next 2 supporting commercial streets were built. Li Quanqing chose a street facing shops on the upper and lower floors. The upper floor can be used for living. The shops are neat and uniform, with a neat and orderly beauty. He originally wanted to copy the large supermarkets in his previous life and build a shopping center for immortal cultivators. But considering the lawless nature of the casual cultivators, he finally cancelled this plan. Honestly, rent the shops to the casual cultivators themselves and collect rent. Thanks to the 6500 points reward from the helmsman, Gengjin, who is really my bread and butter. The author thanks you. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, Jade Water Python Breakthrough. A month later. It was night, the stars and the moon were dim, and the sky was covered by clouds. Let's start. Activate the formation. Li Quanqing took out the sound transmission talisman, and began the final adjustment. In the dim night, 200-meter high buildings stood on the shore of the lake, majestic and tall, like a slowly opening door of gods and demons. Buzz! Exclamation mark. With the roar of the formation patterns began to light up along the wall, like slowly spreading lightning patterns, illuminating the night sky. Solid, gathering spirits, soundproofing, immortal, wind fixing, fireproof, waterproof. Li Quanqing specially invited the family's formation master to add all the most common basic formation patterns, and they were embedded and protected with each other. Moon! Exclamation mark. The phantom formation hidden in the wall was activated, and the light and shadow intertwined, and finally revealed the shape of a giant whale in the sea and a green jade dragon. The 2 behemoths flew around the building, shaking the air, reflecting each other, and shining in the dark night sky. It just fits his identity as the owner of Yulong Island. Not bad. It has the flavor of cyber cultivation, which is the result I want. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. The next second, the tops of the 2 buildings bloomed with red light, and each showed an antique red font, which could be seen, as soon as you looked up, shining for 10 miles. Happiness, happiness. Provide a happy little home for the casual cultivators. Although it is very tacky, the effect is equally explosive. It gives a little visual shock to the cultivators in the market, who have not experienced light pollution. Why do I feel that this kind of phantom formation still has a lot of huge room for subsequent development, such as using it for advertising? Li Quanqing shook his head and gave up this idea. He came to raise fish to become an immortal, not to work in real estate and advertising companies. Since the Yulong Happy House has been completed, just wait to collect rent. Why bother with all those thoughts? Li Quanqing stroked the golden tiger with his left hand and the silver leopard with his right hand, and felt that it was time to go home. It's better to go home. It's better to go home. The sun was rising, and the purple and red light covered the Danglan Sea, illuminating the blue waves for thousands of miles. Li Quanqing rode the golden flame tiger, controlled the breeze, and swayed back to his own Yulong Island. After ensuring that the happy house was on the right track, he handed it over to Li Quanfu and his stewards. Because the price was really cheap, a lot of publicity was done in advance. On the day of renting, hundreds of casual cultivators came here to rent it for a few days to see how it would work out. Business would naturally pick up slowly. Don't worry too much. Ayo how. The golden flame tiger flapped its wings and got into the formation. It couldn't wait to roar, showing its return, and was extremely excited. Hoo-la la. The waves surged, and Aoking came out of the sea. Because his practice was interrupted, he spit a water arrow at the tiger cub in dissatisfaction. After more than a month, this guy's body has grown again. His blue-green back is as wide as an island, and he has golden scales shining with golden light, which is very noble. The water arrows spewed out of its mouth were thick and long, almost like spears, glittering in the air. With a plop, the water arrows wetted its feathers, and the golden flame tiger was forced to fall on the embankment, staring angrily with its big eyes, and the flame hair on its forehead suddenly burned high. It was really furious. Unfortunately, it was still scared in the end, and couldn't beat this guy at all. Hiss as the undercurrent surged, the green water pythons swam up from the fish pond, their pupils staring at the tiger cub, their expressions full of expectation. The golden flame tiger shook off the wet hair on his body, and immediately became proud again, taking out a pile of sea fish that had been prepared long ago from the storage bag. Seeing their favorite food, the green water pythons were so excited. They gathered together and discussed with the golden flame tiger which sea fish was the most delicious. Even the snake cubs joined in, biting the fattest fish belly. Come out, everyone, and see your new home. Li Quanqing took out the spirit beast bag and released the monsters he bought, this time one by one. Or meow, the snow leopard stepped on the soft and white beach, stretched its body comfortably, and looked at the yulong bow in front of it curiously, feeling that everything was new. It shrugged its nose, and its stomach had been growling with hunger for a long time. At this time, it smelled the aroma of food, and couldn't help looking at the green water python, and its mouth began to secrete saliva. However, the snow leopard was reserved and cold, and was embarrassed to come forward. It could only watch the golden flame tiger roast the sea fish, until it was golden and shiny, and stood there swallowing its saliva. Chiji. The 6 rattonwood monkeys were also released, 5 big and 1 small, and they were also excited and jumped up and down. Since they were captured when they were young, they have been imprisoned in a narrow space. They haven't seen such a vast island world for a long time, and the sky is blue and boundless. However, even though they were excited, they couldn't wait to get into the mountains and forests on Yulong Island and get close to nature. These intelligent spirit apes were still very obedient. They squatted in front of Li Quanqing and lined up to wait for instructions. As expected of spirit beasts trained by the sword sect, their wildness has been almost eliminated, and they are quite human. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction and took out the last batch of spirit beasts. Cluck, cluck. The 5 spirit chickens flapped their wings, making loud sounds. They were suffocated in the spirit beast bag, and their feathers flew everywhere. Drive these 5 colored chickens into the forest. Let's go. I'll take you to a new home. The most mature and stable male rattonwood ape, who was also the oldest, stood up, picked up a dead branch from the beach, and started to drive the chickens. It was obvious that it was the ape king of this monkey group, and the Dowson ape was its child. Li Quanqing thought about it and named it Yuan Wubu, and the little rattonwood ape was called Yuan Dowson to distinguish them. Cluck. After all, the 5-colored chicken was only a low-level monster, and its intelligence was not high. As soon as it ran into the forest, it began to pick up dead branches and leaves, and began to build a chicken coop according to its instinct. Cry. One by one, the Qingfeng cranes flew down from Qingfeng Mountain, curiously looking at the group of uninvited guests. From now on, we are all neighbors, so don't fight. Li Quanqing selected a 3rd mountain next to Zaloe Peak and Qingfeng Mountain as the home of the spirit apes. It was named Kizu Mountain. A mountain without bamboo naturally does not fit this name. Li Quanqing took out the seeds of Kingsu spirit rice, which is bamboo rice. It is as small as beads, and emits a fragrance. The rattan and wood apes chirped and cleared a piece of open space on Kizu Mountain. Each of them took out bamboo seeds and buried them in the soil. It is believed that within 2 years, a large green and quiet bamboo forest will grow on this mountain, and fragrant spirit rice will grow in the bamboo tubes. Now that we have bamboo, should we raise 2 more pandas? Li Quanqing thought. He still had a batch of spiritual medicine seeds in his storage bag. He was ready to cultivate a medicinal garden after the spiritual apes adapted to the environment on Kizu Mountain. The rattan apes were naturally close to plants, but they were not born knowing how to grow spiritual medicine. They needed to learn continuously. Li Quanqing decided to find an opportunity to find a few jade slips related to spiritual plants from the family's sutra pavilion, and then teach the knowledge to the spiritual apes himself. It's a pity that I don't know how to make pills, so I'll plant the spiritual medicine field first. I heard that high-level cultivators have their own medicinal gardens, and I can't fall behind. After settling the new spiritual beasts, Li Quanqing went to see a few thunder-horned pythons. During this period, they had been living on the thunder peach trees in the formation, swallowing and spitting thunder to grow. Now they have grown to more than half a meter long, and they have a certain degree of self-protection. When they grow up a little bit, I will release them from the formation and try to contact the outside world. Li Quanqing thought to himself, crushing 70 or 80 spiritual energy balls in the storage bag and pouring them into the soil through the meridians. He stored 500 or 600 of these macro spiritual energy balls from the big black fish, which can not only quickly restore mana during the battle. Half of the spiritual energy balls were put into the fish pond, and the other half were buried in the roots of the thunder peach tree to provide the recovery of the top grade thunder spirit stone, and accelerate the transformation of the spiritual veins on the island. After finishing his work, Li Quanqing finally had time to return to the beach and the dam again. Hiss. The green water pythons had already eaten and drunk enough. When they saw him coming, they immediately stretched their bodies out of the water and rubbed his palm affectionately. I'll feed you something delicious. Li Quanqing had a smile in his eyes and took out the elixir that he had bought before and fed them with several spiritual energy balls. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 8-headed jade water python was already on the verge of a breakthrough, just one step away. With the help of the elixir, it broke through the bottleneck in one go. The demonic energy rolled, stirring the seawater, breaking into the middle stage of key refining. Looking at the ball of light that appeared on the python's head, Li Quanqing rubbed his hands and couldn't wait to catch it. Harvest a jade water python in the middle stage of key refining and reward a water escape skill experience group. Harvest a jade water python in the middle stage of key refining and reward a second level lower grade formation jade water sword array plate. Right square bracket. Chapter 110 Water and Fire. Li Quanqing touched the elastic and slippery ball of light, and a large piece of text appeared in front of him. He couldn't help but tilt his head. Water Escape Technique Experience Group, and the second level green water sword formation? He first crushed the experience group, and immediately a stream of knowledge drilled into his brain, teaching him how to perform this water escape technique. Li Quanqing's soul was strong at this time, and he easily digested this knowledge, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. Although the water escape technique is only a low-grade technique, it is very profound. He had studied and comprehended it for a long time before, but still felt that something was missing. Now he finally completed this last step. Splash. Li Quanqing got up from the embankment and walked on the sea. Suddenly, there were waves of sea water surging, turning into crystal clear water and covering his whole body. The next moment, there was only a splash. Li Quanqing's figure suddenly disappeared, as if his body disintegrated into a ball of sea water, fell down and sank into the sea. Success. When Li Quanqing appeared again, he was already under the water 10 feet away. He was wrapped in the sea water, and there was an indescribable sense of intimacy. This is the art of water escape. As if he turned into the sea water and escaped into the blue sea. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace, and no trace could be found. Li Quanqing stepped on the blue waves, his body suspended in the sea water, but he was not in a hurry to return to the embankment. Green water sword formation. He took out the light ball and crushed it, looking forward to the power of this second level formation. In the shining light, a blue jade-like formation plate appeared in his hand, which was densely engraved with countless fine formation patterns. When the formation patterns flashed, it was like a sword light twisting and blooming, shimmering like water, with sword energy running wild and unmatched. Li Quanqing was very familiar with this power. This was the power of the green water sword art, but it was sharper and more powerful. When a cultivator refines a formation, it is to win big with a small effort. Using the mysteries of the array pattern to pry the power of heaven and earth, key refining cultivators can burst out with power comparable to that of foundation building. It seems that there is only one array plate. Li Quanqing stroked the jade plate in his hand, which was about a foot long. He could use his own magic power to activate it and inlay spiritual stones. But if there was only one array plate, it might not be able to exert the terrible power of this second level formation. Hiss. Li Quanqing dived back to the surface of the sea and continued to touch the remaining green water pythons that had broken through. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of key refining and reward a water escape technique experience group. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a green water sword array weapon. Right square bracket asterisk for array weapon, not an array flag. Li Quanqing put the ball of light into the storage bag, and looked at the last watery green water python. It was also the largest mother snake that gave birth to the snake cubs. It can be said to be beautiful, slender and exquisite, and its scales are as blue as water. Harvest a green water python in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a low-grade spiritual weapon water and fire ruai. Remaining. Water and fire ruai. Why is it a broken version again? Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the beach, crushed the ball of light in the storage bag, and took out the water and fire ruai. In the lingering spiritual light, a blue jade ruai was held in his hand, sparkling like the sea, emitting waves of pleasant waves. On the surface of the ruai, there were cut auspicious cloud patterns like flowing water, and a dragon with bared fangs and claws was coiled around, with blue pupils, gathering the water essence around. Powerful and amazing. It doesn't look like there is any missing part. Li Quanqing held the water dragon ruai in his hand, which felt warm and cool to the touch, and waved it gently. I saw the blue glow of glass falling, and suddenly the sea water surged up, turning into waterfalls and white waves hanging beside me, surging with amazing breath. The power is weak, only the level of the best magic weapon, but it can change size like a spiritual weapon. Li Quanqing understood that this was a combined spiritual weapon, and only when water and fire work together can it exert its true power. Water is a dragon, fire is a tiger. It seems that I have guessed what kind of light ball reward will appear after Jinyan, who breaks through the middle stage of key refining. They are indeed two dining companions. Their friendship is really deep. Li Quanqing put the water and fire ruai into his danchan to nourish it, crushed the light ball, and took out the array of the green water sword array, to look at it carefully. Under the sunlight, a palm-sized flying sword appeared in his hand. It was made of an unknown metal, blue in color, and engraved with silver mysterious array patterns. It felt heavy in his hand. Li Quanqing held a green water array instrument, and the power of the blue sea surged, pouring all into it. Clang. The sword rang and clanged, and the array patterns intertwined in the void, turning into green water sword energy that gushed out, like a spider web of silver silk covering the body. The young man held the array plate in his hand, and 4 flying swords were suspended in all directions, blooming with silver array patterns that connected to each other, and turned into a killing sword array in the void. My own mana is limited, so it's difficult to activate it, and this jade water sword formation gives me an incomplete feeling. Li Quanqing fell into deep thought. He was afraid that the 4 jade water flying swords were only the first stage of this formation, and there was still a stronger potential to be tapped. What's more, it was too difficult for one person to complete the formation. Normally, it would take another 4 key refining monks to stand in the 4 directions holding formation instruments and flying swords to block the heaven and earth, which would be considered a complete second level formation. Do I need to buy a few puppets? Li Quanqing had an idea, but in the end he felt it was troublesome, and gave up temporarily. He stroked the smooth and delicate scales of the jade water pythons, took out bait and fed them, and felt very satisfied. In general, the harvest was not cheap. The introduction to the wonderful water escape technique can be used to escape in battle. The water and fire ruai, a broken spiritual weapon, suppressed the danchan mana, and could be thrown out to turn into a jade mountain to smash people. The second level inferior jade water sword formation, which can be carried with you, is convenient and fast, and the sword energy is crisscrossed, blocking the 4 directions, and nothing can be cut. After breaking through the middle stage of key refining, the potential of the green water pythons was almost exhausted. If they wanted to break through the shackles of their bloodline, they could only look for some special natural treasures to evolve their bloodline. Let's keep them first. The python cubs are over, and it's the turn of the copper armored crabs next. Snap. Snap. Li Quanqing dived into the sea, and fished out all 15 copper armored crabs. Each one was as big as a millstone, majestic and ferocious. Because they were not fed frequently, the spirit crabs seemed very dissatisfied, and felt that they were being ignored. They raised their dark copper claws and made a snapping sound, with their nostrils facing the sky. Stubborn copperhead. Copper armored crab, if you have the guts to ignore me, if you have the guts to not feed me, we won't have babies. Snap, snap. Cultivation. Key refining level 3. 98%. TSK. You're also angry. Li Quanqing took out the fragrant elixir and waved it in front of the crabs for a few rounds. Do you want it? Do you want to eat it? This kind of auxiliary cultivator's breakthrough to the spiritual elixir contains extremely abundant heaven and earth essence, which is very tempting to the instinct of living beings. Snap, snap. A copper armored crab rolled its eyes, a little greedy, and the big claws raised in protest fell down a little. Then, it was beaten by its brothers and sisters next to it, and the crab claws were forced to be raised high again. Protest. We will protest to the end. Li Quanqing increased the stakes and took out another bottle of Taiyin soul nourishing water, which was fragrant and could strengthen the soul and true spirit. At this point, some of the weak-willed copper-clad crabs could no longer bear it and fell into a state of agitation. Finally, they crawled towards Li Quanqing bit by bit. 1, 2, 3. In the end, all the crabs swarmed over, their legs banging against the dam, throwing all their moral integrity behind their heads. It smells so good. Moo. At this moment, Aoking suddenly emerged from the water, waving his huge fish tail like a sail, and waves fell from his scales like a waterfall, knocking all the crabs into the water. This guy's now too big, 6 feet long, a behemoth, and every move can burst out amazing power. The copper-clad crabs can't stop him at all. With a crisp sound, Aoking bit the jade bottle to pieces, swallowed the soul-nourishing water and the elixir into his stomach, and let out an excited and comfortable low roar. I want to turn into a dragon. Aoking, green jade carp, mine. All the food of the master is mine. Anyone who dares to snatch food from me will be beaten up. Cultivation. 5th level of key refining, 93%. This guy's cultivation speed is so fast. He is about to break through the 6th level of key refining, as if there is no limit. Li Quanqing touched the smooth and delicate head of the green jade carp. As expected, it is his favorite fish. As expected, the pet follows the owner, and the cultivation speed is as fast as a pervert. After Aoking's body as big as a boat left, the copper-armored crabs dared to emerge from the water. One by one, their eyebrows were drooping, and their bodies were full of grievances. The crab claws were drooping weakly, and they no longer had the arrogance before. Gone. The delicious food is gone. Li Quanqing saw it with a smile, and took out a bottle of pills from the storage bag, which immediately revived them with full blood. After swallowing the breakthrough pill, 2 or 3 hours later, a copper-armored crab finally broke into the middle stage of key refining. Harvest a mid-stage key refining copper-armored crab, and a spiritual sword embryo as a reward. Right square bracket. Chapter 111 Copper Bean Puppet. Sword embryo, a natural spiritual weapon that can be transformed into a natal sword weapon. It is nourished by mana and blood, and can grow with the cultivator. It is precious and rare. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light, and turned it into a flying sword about a foot long. The color was like colored glaze. It looked like it had not been sharpened yet, and the blade looked a bit blunt. Sword embryo of spiritual weapon level. Li Quanqing held the small sword in his hand. It felt heavy, like smooth metal, and had the luster of jade. The first thing he thought of was the spiritual weapon Zenhei sword. When he repaired the crack on the Zenhei bell, in addition to understanding an ancient soul secret technique nurturing mind and forging swordsmanship, there is also a weapon refining technique that can be used to forge the spiritual weapon Zenhei sword, which is a matching magic weapon with the Zenhei bell. It was just that, because of the low level of refining, it has been shelved. Clang. The blue sea mana surged in his palm, wrapped the sword embryo and refined it, slowly shrinking it, and then put it into the Zenhei bell for nourishment. Clang clang! Exclamation mark. The bell rang without wind, and the azure pattern seemed to surge like the sea waves, as if it was truly complete, and ripples of sound waves bloomed. Li Quanqing also put the soul hard sword into the sword embryo, and polished it with soul and magic power, preparing to forge the Zenhei sword. Crack. Li Quanqing looked at the remaining copper-armored crabs. Under the effect of the elixir, the crabs began to break through one after another. For a time, the fish pond was turbulent, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered, and turned into demonic energy surging in all directions. White airflow bloomed from all parts of the spiritual crabs, turning into one light ball after another, swaying and tempting. Li Quanqing couldn't wait to grab all the light balls in his hands. Harvest a copper armored crab in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a copper bean puppet. Harvest a copper armored crab in the middle stage of key refining, and reward a copper bean puppet. Unexpectedly, the remaining 15 copper armored crabs all opened the same light ball reward. Li Quanqing crushed the ball of light in the storage bag, revealing a brass bean, which shone with a metallic luster. He held it in his hand, and observed it carefully. The copper bean was about the size of a longan seed, engraved with various patterns, but it felt very smooth to the touch. Copper bean puppet. The master used copper beans to refine Taoist soldiers, turning them into a copper armored puppet, which was activated by spiritual stones, and possessed the combat power of the late stage of key refining to the great perfection realm. I was still thinking about how to arrange the green water sword formation, and now the puppet is out. Li Quanqing looked at the 15 brass beans, and suddenly felt a sense of happiness that came from the sky. How should this kind of puppet be used? A ray of magic power surged from the boy's fingertips, and he drilled into the bean, and immediately discovered the secret contained in it. It turned out that a small space was opened up in each copper bean, and a burly figure in copper armor was sitting cross-legged inside, with immortal Taoist texts engraved all over his body. It turned out that it was not sowing beans to make soldiers, Li Quanqing thought, but it is easier to understand this way. After all, turning beans into humanoid puppets sounds very advanced. Swish! Exclamation mark. He urged the beans and immediately took out a copper bean puppet, which was 2 meters tall, wearing armor, as burly as a bear, and had an ancient aura. The skin was as moist and shiny as metal brass, showing its solidity and immortality. The puppet was engraved with fine and mysterious runes, which shone with a faint metallic luster under the sunlight, like the texture of naturally grown plants. This copper bean is not only a storage space, but also the center of controlling the puppet, which can be controlled remotely. Li Quanqing played with the beans, and his magic power surged out, triggering a certain command. Suddenly, with a click, the copper bean puppet's body heard the sound of gears turning, and the back automatically popped open, revealing a specific groove hidden in it. Li Quanqing counted for a moment, and found that there were a total of 50 grooves, densely packed, blooming like petals. Now that he had money, and no shortage of spiritual stones, he naturally would not be stingy and directly filled it with 50 spiritual stones. But the next moment, the copper armored puppet's eyes suddenly lit up, and the puppet runes all over his body lit up, and the spiritual energy surged, releasing a surging momentum. It actually felt like facing the third elder. Key refining great perfection. In the state of full explosion, it can last for about 3 hours. It's so expensive. It's completely exchanging spiritual stones for combat power. Li Quanqing was amazed. He could control the puppet's every move through the copper bean in his hand, which was very handy and convenient. He manipulated the lines on the bean, and issued his own instructions. Suddenly, the dazzling spiritual light on the surface of the copper bean puppet's body dimmed, and the aura was maintained at the level of the 7th level of key refining. In this state, it can last for about a month, which is very cost effective. 15 puppets are 15 cultivators in the realm of key refining great perfection. Li Quanqing was overjoyed, and felt full of security. The entire Li family might not be able to gather so many great perfect cultivators. He took out 4 copper bean puppets, filled them with spirit stones, and stood in all directions holding the flying sword with the green water. He was full of spiritual energy and instantly activated the strongest mode. Clang! Exclamation mark. A crisp and loud sword sound suddenly sounded, as if to break the silence of the space. The next moment, endless sword energy gushed out, and the array patterns intertwined in the void, blocking the world, and complementing the array plate in Li Quanqing's hand. The 4 copper bean puppets also trembled slightly, and the runes on their bodies shone brightly. They immediately exerted all their spiritual power and continuously injected it into the flying sword in their hands. Suddenly, the power of the sword array broke out completely. With the glow of the jade plate, the complex and mysterious array pattern quickly spread, covering a full 100 feet of space. The air around seemed to be solidified, and the green water sword energy was dense, like fine rain, like a pool of green water, covering every inch of space. There is no escape from heaven and earth. In this state, is it possible for me to compete with the foundation building cultivators? Li Quanqing's heart surged. If all 15 copper bean puppets were deployed, plus this second level formation, it would really be possible. Of course, it must be the weakest cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, preferably one who has just broken through. Without a spiritual weapon, and not having a sharp magic, it is possible to be killed by the Jade Water Sword formation. To be precise, he was killed by countless spiritual stones. Clang! Li Quanqing stopped supplying mana, and the formation pattern dissipated immediately. The 4 copper armored puppets dimmed again, and were taken into the copper bean for nourishment. Li Quanqing tried it, and found that the puppets could carry the Jade Water formation sword into the space contained in the copper bean. This is much more convenient. You can take it out directly during the battle and form a formation with one thought. So, I not only got 15 key refining great perfection puppets, but also 15 small storage magic tools. Although the space of the copper bean is limited, and can only hold small items such as formation flags, it is also a storage magic tool. Li Quanqing looked at the copper-clad crabs bearing their claws and teeth at him, and he immediately felt more comfortable with them. The fish pond was very big anyway, so he could just keep them in the pond. Who knows, they might give birth to a group of crab cubs someday. Chapter 112. The foundation building pillars ready. Return home quickly. Ice Soul Cold Light. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the beach, holding an ice blue feather in his hand, constantly inhaling and exhaling the extremely cold spiritual energy contained in it, and practicing slowly. 9 strands of crystal cold light swirled around his body, seemingly beautiful, but containing shocking danger. A layer of frost spread on the beach, and the coldness surged. The seawater not far away began to form fine ice fragments, and the speed of surging became much slower. Or meow, this kind of freezing environment. Other spirit beasts don't like it very much. Only the cloud-stepping snow leopard lies comfortably on the thick ice layer, and a layer of frost forms on its fur. Or, meow. It lazily rubbed the cold air emitted by the ice blue feather, inhaling and exhaling in large mouthfuls to practice, and the ice fragments mixed in its fur sparkled in the sun. Leopard felt like returning to the boundless ice field, very comfortable, with ice blue light blooming in its amber-like pupils, and its furry ears shaking. Ayo, how the tiger roared in the forest, and the branches and leaves rustled. The golden flame tiger ran all the way from the island mountains to the beach. Its luxuriant fur burned like a golden red bonfire, and its body grew again. This guy is in a period of rapid growth in adolescence, and his strength is growing very fast. After swallowing the elixir 2 days ago, he broke through the second level of key refining directly, and he was very proud. Ayo meow. Ayo how. The 2 big cats communicated across the forest, their fur trembling, their tails wagging, and they looked very happy. Li Quanqing exhaled a mouthful of ice dust, slowly condensed the 10th strand of Ice Soul Cold Light, and then stored it all in Danshan for nourishment. The ice feather in his hand was still wrapped in a thick layer of ice, and the coldness contained was vast and majestic, as if it had not been consumed at all. He opened his eyes, and the coldness surged deep in his pupils. He turned his head to look at the tiger cub, wondering why this guy was looking for him. The golden flame tiger trotted over, and when its furry claws landed, a layer of golden red flames bloomed and swirled, quickly melting the ice on the beach. It was obvious that it hated this freezing cold environment, and was more adapted to the hot desert. The cloud-stepping snow leopard growled in dissatisfaction, and demonic energy rolled through its fur. Waves of cold air gushed out, recondensing the ice and spreading. The flames collided with the ice, sizzling, and wisps of water vapor rose up and turned into mist floating on the beach. Li Quanqing had no choice but to put away his ice blue feathers and walk towards the tiger cub. The golden flame tiger roared a few more times, rubbing its big head against its master affectionately, and then took out a few colorful bird eggs from the storage bag. Is this a 5-color chicken laying eggs? Li Quanqing picked up one, which was much larger than an ordinary chicken egg, the size of a goose egg, with a rough eggshell, and flashing 5-color patterns. Because it is not fertilized, it can only be regarded as a dead object, so it can be stored in the storage bag. Raw. The golden flame tiger opened its mouth and spit out a ball of flames like offering a treasure, and in the blink of an eye, it roasted an egg. It cracked it open with its big claws and immediately revealed the white egg white and solidified egg yolk, and a fragrance gushed out. Ayo meow. The snow leopard roared with its throat suppressed, moved its claws, and walked over reservedly. It seemed to have its chin raised high, but in fact, its pair of grey-blue pupils were staring at the roasted egg, and its Adam's apple rolled up and down, swallowing saliva. Li Quanqing saw that this guy looked arrogant, but in fact he was a complete glutton. Eat it, no fighting. Li Quanqing divided the roasted egg into two, and fed it to the two cats with relish. The golden flame tiger roared in dissatisfaction, and held the remaining 5 colored eggs in his claws as if protecting food. Li Quanqing released a ray of sky blue fire, took out the grease from the iron pan, made 2 fried eggs, and sprinkled them with fragrant seasoning. This is much more delicious than roasted eggs, golden and shiny, fragrant, and the color is particularly attractive. Jinyan, who ate several portions and finally flapped his wings happily, indicating that he was full. It tastes really good. Li Quanqing also ate 1 portion, and made soft boiled eggs. The golden egg liquid was semi-solidified and melted in the mouth. After swallowing it into the stomach, there was a warm current flowing through the body, and the mana in the meridians ran a few points faster. The eggs laid by the spirit chicken are different. Li Quanqing took Jinyanhu into the forest on Long Island. Since he bought these 5 colored chickens, he has not paid much attention to them. Cluck, cluck. In the mountains and forests, 5 spirit chickens had already built a warm and pleasant chicken coop, lying there lazily in the sun. Occasionally, when they see a bug crawling in the soil in front of them, they will stick their heads out at lightning speed and then eat it with relish. I love the sun. 5 colored chicken. The sun is shining in the sky. The flowers are smiling at me. This kind of life is so beautiful. Cultivation. Key refining level 1, 88%. Li Quanqing touched the 5 spirit chickens, all of which were females. This was the result of the deliberate control of the sword treasure pavilion. Roosters are generally very precious as breeding chickens, and are rarely sold to the public. Boom. Suddenly, thunder exploded in the distant mountains and forests, and a nimble spirit ape could be vaguely seen leaping over, wearing rattan armor, and with electricity running all over its body. Why did these rattanwood apes provoke the thunderhorn pythons? Li Quanqing climbed up the purple thunder peak and immediately saw a circle of thunderhorn python cubs circling under the thunder peach tree, with their scales exploding and making attacking gestures. Chiji. The little monkey Yuandaozin stood there grinning, holding a straight thunder peach tree stick in his hand, jumping up and down excitedly. Arcs of electricity exploded between the fur of the spirit ape, and some of the monkey hair turned black, but it was still difficult to hide its joy. So I got new equipment. Looking at the little monkey playing with the peachwood stick with great vigor, Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing. Now that we have monkeys, how can we miss peach trees? He took out a few peach pits from his storage bag, which were left over from eating thunder spirit peaches before. He kept them specially, and gave them to the rattanwood ape, to plant on Kizu Mountain. When Yuandaozin got the peach pits, he immediately squeaked excitedly, grabbed them in his hand, and disappeared among the leaves in a few seconds. Hiss. The queen of the thunderhorn python twisted her blue-purple body and let out an unhappy roar. That stinky monkey wanted to steal their spirit peaches. Li Quanqing took out the soul-nourishing water and wine spirit liquid to appease them, and these snake cubs were no longer angry. They drank with big mouths. Chiji. Not long after, the forest shook, and the little rattanwood ape came out again, followed by his father Yuan Wugu. Roar. The big ape roared, and held out 2 wooden bowls dug out of the heart of the tree. The honey-colored liquid in the bowl rippled and exuded a sweet fragrance. Is this monkey wine? Li Quanqing sniffed the faint aroma of wine and guessed. These apes are indeed gifted. They have only been on Long Island for a few days, and have already started trying to make wine with the berries on the island. He tasted it, and it was sour and sweet, with a light taste of wine. After all, the fermentation time was too short, so it would be more appropriate to say it was juice. Yuan Wugu placed another bowl of wine in front of the spirit python, which seemed to be a gift for apology. It has a gentle temper and high wisdom. The queen of the thunder-horned python swam, poked her head out to taste it, and then invited the tribesmen to enjoy it together. The lightning and thunder on the golden horn went out. Hiss. The Fujinoki ape was about to leave with the child, and the thunder-horned python suddenly spit out its tongue and told the younger brother to pick 2 thunder peaches and give them to them. Li Quanqing felt proud when he saw this. As expected of the snake cubs he raised since childhood, they are indeed polite. The boy took out 7 or 8 big-bellied goods from the storage bag and gave them to the monkeys to hold the wine. Then he took out 2 bottles of Tei and soul-nourishing water and wine spirit liquid and gave them to Fujimu ape, which could be added when making wine. After ensuring that the 2 tribes had established friendly relations, Li Quanqing went to Qingfeng Mountain again and checked the growth of the Qingfeng tea trees. Under the cover of the formation, 3 tea trees had broken through the soil, revealing green and tender buds, surging with vigorous vitality. You must grow well. When the time comes, I will fry you hard, Li Quanqing said, whispering like a devil. He specially performed the water control technique, watering them with clear and cold spring water, and surrounded the soil with a circle of spiritual sand to ensure that the spiritual energy was abundant. After wandering around the mountains and forests, full of green and vitality, Li Quanqing felt that his whole mood had improved. All things are competing. Or meow. Just as he returned to the coast, the snow leopard suddenly trotted over and spit out a large piece of crystal ice. In the ice, 3 big black carps were frozen inside, looking very plump. You, a guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes, when did you learn to fish? Li Quanqing looked at him sideways. Beside him, the golden flame tiger couldn't help it anymore and couldn't wait to spit out a blazing flame and began to melt the ice. Night fell, and the moonlight was like water. On the shore, Li Quanqing lay in the arms of the 2 big cats, stroking their soft bellies with his palms. The touch was soft and elastic, more comfortable than the furry head. In front of him, the golden flame tiger opened his mouth and spit fire to roast the golden and shiny spirit fish for him, and the snow leopard swallowed and spit out ice mist to help him make ice cubes and add them to the Qingfeng spirit tea with drops of soul-nourishing water. In the distance, the sea surface was rustling. More than 1,000 green jade carps were worshipping the moon and practicing. The watery green water pythons were playing in the waves. The bright moon shells were ushering in the moonlight from the moon, illuminating the sky. Life was so comfortable. Just as Li Quanqing was lying there, drowsy, with his head resting on the cat's belly, the elder token hanging on his waist suddenly vibrated, and the 3rd elder's anxious and impatient voice was heard. The foundation building pill has been refined. All family elders, return to the Green Jade Islands as soon as possible, without any delay. Chapter 113 Family Meeting. The moon was high in the sky, shining brightly, and the moonlight was like water, covering everything in the world with a layer of silver gauze. The sea surface was surging and shimmering. The foundation building pill has been refined. All family elders, return to the Qinggai Islands as soon as possible, without any mistakes. Li Quanqing was sleeping soundly while holding the warm and furry Jinyanhu when an urgent voice suddenly came from the jade plate on his waist. Foundation building pill? Exclamation mark. The boy's head shuddered and he kicked his legs and woke up immediately. No, the foundation building pill has nothing to do with me and it can't be in my hands. Sleep, sleep. Li Quanqing was in a daze and prepared to lie down and sleep again. In the storage bag, the one-eye mirror suddenly vibrated, and the 3rd elder sent him a message alone. According to the Li family rules, the ownership of the foundation building pill shall be decided by all family elders through discussion. Return quickly. Okay, it seems that I can't sleep this time. Ayo how? Jinyanu slightly raised his big head and was also awakened, with his eyes full of confusion that had not yet woken up. It's none of your business. Go back to sleep. There's nothing good to eat. Ayo how upon hearing this, the spirit tiger immediately continued to sleep soundly, smacking his lips, imagining in his dreams that he could taste the tender and juicy jade carp. I didn't expect that I couldn't escape in the end. Li Quanqing got up from the warm tiger skin bed and sighed in his heart. He yawned and wanted to find a mount to carry him over, saving some energy and taking a nap on the way. It was late at night, dark clouds covered the bright moon, and many spirit beasts had already gone to bed. Ao King, the king of scrolls, was still practicing. but he needed to stay in the fish pond to watch the house and could not move easily. Li Quanqing looked around and finally found that the longevity turtle was awake. This guy was not staying up late, but had just woken up and was looking for food in the fish pond, preparing to continue sleeping after eating. It's decided to be you. Motionless longevity turtle. I only slept for 10 hours today. I feel that I'm seriously sleep deprived. It seems that I need to make up for it after having a midnight snack. Maturity 96%. Li Quanqing touched the turtle's head and dragged the lazy big guy out of the water. Why are you sleeping, longevity turtle? Let's go. Raw Motionless made a very dissatisfied low roar, paddling in the sea with 4 big claws, unwilling to move. Seeing this, Li Quanqing took out a fragrant elixir and fished it in front of the elixir. The longevity turtle's eyes lit up and immediately became full of motivation. Raw the boy trembled, and the big turtle under his buttocks immediately exerted force and began to rush in the sea, rushing like lightning, splashing water everywhere. Li Quanqing was not stingy. After this guy swam out of the fish dragon pond, he fed it a elixir. After raising it for so long, this guy is finally going to break through the key refining stage. It is really not easy and deserves a reward. The longevity turtle grew up in the Qinghai Islands, so it naturally knows the way and the direction. Li Quanqing was also relieved. He took out a few swift running talismans and pasted them on the turtle shell to increase the paddling speed of this big guy. Then he took out a blanket from the storage bag and covered himself with it and continued to catch up on his sleep until the long night was bright. A red sun bathed the East China Sea, and finally the outline of the Qinghai Islands was seen, and the seawater reflected the sunset. After another half an hour, they finally arrived at the Qinghai Island they had not seen for a long time. Hello, brother. It's Elder Quanqing. Li Quanqing yawned and stepped onto the land of Qinghai Island. Many Li clan members greeted him. Most of them were young clan members, and their eyes were full of admiration and respect. Starting as a branch clan member and an orphan whose parents had both died, he learned to refine weapons all the way, competed in clan competitions, and gradually gained his current identity and status. He is now the youngest elder of the Li family. Li Quanqing's story is inspiring. Many young clan members of the Quan generation regard him as an idol and will become a leader of this generation. Quanqing. A team of family stewards came to greet them, giving the elders the proper etiquette. The leader was actually Li Quanmo. You kid, you're back from the jade mine too? Li Quanqing frowned. He approved Li Quanmo as a steward, but this guy is also considered half disciple of the third elder, so they can all be said to be honored together. After all, it concerns the path of the third elder, and our faction is not in an advantageous position at the moment, so we came back to do our part. Li Quanmo spoke, commanding his stewards to disperse the idle tribesmen and welcome Elder Quanqing into the ancestral temple deep in the Qinghai Island. As it was about the foundation building pill, all kinds of news were strictly blocked, and ordinary tribesmen didn't hear a single word of it, so they just did what they had to do. Doesn't the whole master have an advantage? Li Quanqing spoke in a deep voice, with a solemn look between his brows. Due to Li Quanqing's relationship, Shuhua Sword Sect clearly supports his father's ascension to the throne. In addition, the old patriarch has been in office for more than 180 years, and the friendship is deeply rooted. At present, many elders support Li Yumio to use this pill to continue the glory of the patriarch's lineage. Li Quanmo said in a low voice, with a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. Before, the third elder was powerful, and their lives were comfortable. They even intervened in the affairs of Changqing Palace, and were in charge of the distribution of spirit stones for the entire clan, which was very profitable. If Li Yumio succeeds in building his foundation, not only will all these benefits be spit out, I'm afraid that the third elder will also bleed heavily for his previous arrogant behavior. Now that the Li family has only 2 great foundation building monks, it has maintained the most basic balance. Li Quanqing listened attentively. Even if the third elder really failed in the competition, he still had the support of the great elder in the middle stage of foundation building. In addition, his own strength is strong enough, and he has lived on Lingdao all year round, so his leisurely days of raising fish will not be affected too much. At most, he will spit out 20% to 30% of the profits from the gold marrow jade mine. Maybe in a few years, He will succeed in building his foundation on his own, and then double back all the things he lost. The group stepped into the central forbidden area and came to the outside of the family ancestral hall. In front of this place is the meeting hall, and in the back are the tablets of the ancestors. The lights have been lit for 1,000 years. Quanqing, go in. Now only the elders of the family can enter the meeting hall. Li Quanqing looked around. The security was strict. There were fully armed family monks everywhere. The lowest level was the 7th level of key refining. There was a strong aura of the formation guarding this place. He was not afraid of the stage. He stepped over the long jade stone steps. The formation guarding the entire hall sensed the jade tablet on his waist and automatically extinguished. The aura on the walls of the hall dimmed. With a creak, the boy pushed open the heavy door and walked in leisurely. In the hall, thousands of candles burned slowly, each as thick as a baby's arm. The candlelight was bright, illuminating every corner, and the rich smell of incense ash rushed into the nose. More than 70 family elders stood there, divided into 2 groups, talking quietly to each other. Li Quanqing looked at the top of the hall and saw a thick curtain falling, and 2 empty chairs could be vaguely seen. Quanqing, come here. Someone suddenly called his name, and the 3rd elder Li Quanqing stood in front of the crowd and waved to him. Chapter 114, The Ownership of the Pill. The 3rd elder's call, although not loud, made the whole hall quiet for a moment. All the family elders looked at Li Quanqing, with various inquiries and considerations, and different expressions on their faces, remembering this young and handsome boy in their hearts. This is the current leader of the Quan generation, and even Li Quanqing's reputation is slightly inferior. The old people looked at the young man, as if they saw the former foundation building true seed Li Quanqing, who was also high-spirited and rising. So many people couldn't help but show a kind smile and express their goodwill. Even the old guys from the faction of the Great Elder did the same. Although everyone belongs to different camps, it doesn't prevent them from betting on both sides. Who can tell clearly about the affairs of the younger generation? Quanqing greets all the elders. Li Quanqing walked towards the 3rd elder and greeted these old guys along the way without being humble or arrogant. If he said that he was more familiar with, it was still an old man dressed as a fisherman. This is the family elder in charge of the fish purchase in Shanking Hall. He has done business with him many times and looks familiar. Master, are we sure? Li Quanqing asked in a low voice after approaching. Of course, no. Li Quanqing shrugged his shoulders and said straightforwardly, like a burly iron tower standing there, the old guys in the sword sect are too shameless. They value Li Quanqing's talent, so they blatantly support Li Yumuo, the waste, to break through the foundation. He has already wasted a foundation building spiritual object. I think even if he gets another foundation building pill, I'm afraid there is no hope for the future. The road has been cut off long ago. He spoke in a very loud voice, and he didn't suppress his voice at all when he said this. It echoed clearly in the whole hall. Many elders couldn't help but be silent for a moment, and then pretended not to hear it, and continued to discuss their own affairs. Li Quanqing didn't quite believe it. The 3rd elder acted too calmly, as if he had expected it, and his emotions were not too disappointed or resentful. However, it was not convenient to ask in detail, because there were so many people and eyes. After more than an hour, all the elders of the family finally arrived. The powerful fluctuations of mana gathered in the hall, and the spiritual pressure was rolling, almost making the air sticky. Li Quanqing counted, and found that there were 93 elders in the family, including 36 cultivators of the 9th level of key refining, and the rest were all at the 8th level of key refining. Among these 36 powerful elders, there were 13 cultivators of the great perfection of key refining. Most of them were already very old. After the 60-year limit, the possibility of successfully impacting the foundation building was extremely low. The son of the eldest elder, Li Yumuo, was the youngest among them. He was less than 50 years old, and was a middle-aged man who was pretentious. The age of the 3rd elder has always been a mystery, but it should be around 60 years old, not too much more. Therefore, the probability of breaking through the bottleneck is still very high. But he has the root of fire spirit, and he is not practicing the blue sea tide rising art. In addition, the water spirit in the sea area is rich, which is a disadvantage. Why do I feel that with 15 copper bean puppets in the Jade Sea Sword formation, I can wipe out all these old guys present? Li Quanqing was bored, and suddenly a rebellious idea popped up in his mind. He stood there to amuse himself. Dang dang. While he was thinking, someone rang the copper bell of the magic instrument. The sound was melodious and crisp, like a gust of wind blowing through the hall, sweeping away the noisy discussions of the crowd. Silently, two great foundation building monks appeared behind the curtain. Even though they didn't say a word, that invisible momentum was enough to overwhelm everyone present. I greet the clan leader, the supreme elder. The elders of the family saluted in unison, not daring to be disrespectful. While everyone was saluting, the curtain was suddenly lifted up by someone, and a figure jumped out as fast as a sword, and got into the team of elders. Li Quanqing happened to see this scene. The man was Li Quanqing, who actually returned to the family from the Shuhua sword sect. Trouble. His heart sank immediately, and he prepared for the worst. Let's talk about it. Who should be allocated this foundation building pill given by the sect? Li Kunlun's lazy voice came out. Even through the curtain, one could imagine his cynical look. Reporting to the Supreme Elder, I think that this pill should be distributed according to the clan's contribution according to the clan's rules. The third elder risked his life to explore the ruins for the prosperity of our Li family. He used his life to exchange for this foundation building pill. He should take it. The one who said this was actually an old man behind the great elder. After this person finished speaking, he immediately held his head high and walked into the team of the third elder with big strides. This. Li Quanqing looked at the calm Li Kunli and thought to himself that the hall master is still good at playing. The great elder was not angry when he saw someone betraying him. He just gave someone a calm look. The next second, not far behind Li Quanqing, an elder stood up and said loudly, "This is not right." If Elder Li Yumio had not notified Senior Duan of the sword sect in time, it would be hard to say whether our Li family could keep those 1,000-year-old spiritual medicines. After speaking, he walked out of the team and came behind the elder with a business-like look on his face. Good guy, playing infernal affairs here. Li Quanqing looked at the elders talking to each other. In order to compete for the foundation building pill, all kinds of secret private affairs began to be exposed to each other. He looked like a wild animal jumping up and down in a melon field. But in general, the third elder was slightly at a disadvantage, and only 42 elders supported him. Finally, the Supreme Elder spoke. In my opinion, this foundation building pill was snatched back by the third elder after all, so I'll give it to him. As soon as this was said, no one dared to say a word of objection. The difficulty of Jiazi foundation building is still too great for young cultivators. Besides, I heard from Quanqing that the main material used in this foundation building pill is the beast core of a second level water demon beast, which conflicts with the fire spirit root, so it is not appropriate. The hoarse voice of the old man sounded, but it was the clan leader Li Zhangjiao, who spoke slowly and logically. Clan leader, you are nakedly partial to each other. Everyone knows that among the water spirit root cultivators in the family, Li Yumio, the most promising foundation building seed, is your grandson. Li Kunlun is worthy of being a thunderer tribute. He speaks directly and sarcastically. Yumio practices a blue sea tide rising skill, is young, and has refined a spiritual object. He has experience in impacting the foundation building stage. Naturally, he has the greatest hope. It's not that I'm partial to him. Li Zhangjiao spoke slowly and calmly. The third elder couldn't help laughing angrily. Clan leader, according to your logic, I think there is someone more suitable. I spontaneously recommend the family elder Li Quanqing. He is young enough. He has reached the 8th level of key refining in his early 20s. He has also practiced the blue sea tide power and is extremely talented. I suggest that this foundation building pill be sealed up and saved for his future use. Li Quanqing was stunned when he saw himself being pushed out of the crowd. How come I was eating the melon well, but suddenly I became the new melon? The meeting today lasted until 8 o'clock in the evening. I have to go to work tomorrow with only one day off. I'm not in a good condition. Sorry. Kowtows on the street. Chapter 115. The third elder is as cunning as a fox. Li Quanqing was pushed out from the crowd and suddenly exposed to the eyes of two great foundation building cultivators. To be honest, he was still a little at a loss. He lowered his hands, which he didn't know where to put, and looked at the curtain at the end of the hall, and could only show an awkward but polite smile. The Li clan leader was silent for a moment. He is indeed a good seedling. He practices fast, has a solid foundation, and has water spirit roots. He is most suitable to be the young clan leader of the family. When he breaks through the great perfection of key refining, I will apply for a foundation building pill from the sword sect on behalf of Elder Quanqing. At least I can guarantee him a foundation building spiritual object and a meridian protection pill. The spiritual object can assist in breaking through the foundation, and the meridian protection pill can protect the meridians of the whole body. Even if the breakthrough fails, it can save the cultivation life and have a chance to start over. To be able to get these two things is what the casual cultivators and small family cultivators dream of. The third elder opened his mouth, still a little unwilling, and was about to say something else. The clan leader Li Quanqing suddenly sighed softly. "Kunli, don't be obsessed anymore. I have handed the betrayal pearl to Yumio. He has a 70% success rate in refining the foundation building pill with his foundation building cultivation." In the crowd, Li Yumio suddenly stood out, with a round green bead on his head spinning and shining. The octagonal betrayal pearl shone, and suddenly sprinkled a sea-like glow, causing Li Yumio's mana to surge. In the end, he actually broke through that barrier, and reached the realm of the great foundation building cultivator. The key refining was unstoppable. What kind of bead is this? Li Quanqing was stunned, and the blue sea of mana in his body circulated in his meridians, giving rise to a strong desire to take the betrayal pearl for himself. Seeing Li Yumio using the power of the betrayal pearl, many elders present were suddenly in an uproar, and the scales of victory gradually slid towards the end of the great elder. This is the family, with advantages and disadvantages. With the support of the Qingyu Li clan, Li Quanqing was born with no shortage of cultivation resources. He entered the great perfection of key refining smoothly, and became a second-level weapon refiner respected by everyone. But in the same way, in the family system, a great cause can take away the spoils that he fought for with his life. The elders also knew that this was unfair, but the clan leader Li Quanqing had been in office for 180 years, and lived for more than 200 years. All the elders present grew up under his watch. Even Li Quanqing owed the clan leader a favor when he was young, but now he has given up his face and favors his grandson. In addition, with the support of the Shuhua sword sect standing behind Li Quanqing, Li Yumio can refine the betrayal pearl himself, and refine the foundation building pill with the foundation building cultivation, with a very high success rate. The elders could only sigh and make a choice. What can they do? Fortunately, I knew that these old guys were unreliable and never pinned their hopes on the family. The third elder watched coldly. He harvested a total of 5,000-year-old spiritual medicines in the ruins. The 2 he gave to the sword sect that day were just a trick. The remaining 3 had actually been secretly handed over to the moon shaking sect through Shen Mengli in exchange for a foundation building pill. Now he is competing for the quota for the sword sect's foundation building pill. First, it's just a show, and second, he is really angry and wants to disgust the elders. I risked my life to get the things back. Why should you take them away for nothing? Third, it's for the sake of the most talented junior in his weapon refining hall. Li Quanqing looked at Li Quanqing, who quietly retreated behind everyone, tried to reduce his presence as much as possible, and strived to be a little transparent. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid is good in every way, but his temperament is too indifferent. He stays in the fish pond all day and never goes out of the door. With such a quiet temperament, how can he take the power of the family alone in the future and gather the strength of the entire Qingyu Li family to build his foundation? Raising fish is good, but can raising fish produce spiritual creatures for foundation building, or a foundation building pill? The third elder looked at the young man, thinking that if he knew, this foundation building pill should have been fought for him. But now he missed it. His expression must be very interesting, right? Li Quanqing lowered his eyes, put away all his thoughts, and after brewing his emotions, he waved his sleeves and shouted angrily. A bunch of pedantic old things. The family will be defeated by you sooner or later. Even without that foundation building pill, I can still break through the foundation building. Wait and see. After saying that, he left with a wave of his sleeves and left the hall aggressively. The original 42 elders behind him looked at each other at this time, and many people's eyes flashed. In the end, only 27 family elders followed. After all, seeing that Li Yumio was about to succeed in building the foundation, and the great elders' lineage had 2 foundations, their power expanded, and they naturally changed their minds. After all, everyone has a big family to support, not just one person. Li Quanqing naturally chose to follow firmly. The hall was full of joy, but their group was gloomy. The third elder's expression was visibly depressed, and his eyes were gloomy. "Go away, no need to follow me, I want to be alone." The old man spoke slowly, looking at the Qingyuling Island, with a visible fatigue on his body. The burly body seemed a little hunched, and his hair was graying prematurely. Li Quanqing looked at this scene, and felt very uncomfortable. It seemed that he also had to roll up, and build a foundation, as soon as possible, and then try to help the third elder. After the young man saluted, he dispersed and left with everyone. Li Quanmo had noticed the movement here a long time ago, and hurriedly came up to him. "Failed." He spoke in an anxious tone. His expression was nervous and uneasy, and his heart was anxious. "Failed." Li Quanqing sighed. The quota was taken away by Li Yumio. Damn it. Hateful. The third elder should not have come back at the beginning. He should have gone to Jiandan's Ironcheng, tens of thousands of miles away, to seek the foundation. After venting, Li Quanmo gradually calmed down. With the third elder's temper, he will definitely make a big fuss in the clan if he loses the elixir. He can't stay on Qingyu Island. It's a place of trouble. Li Quanqing also knew this, but smiled bitterly and shook his head. "We elders have been ordered not to leave Qingyu Islands before the dust settles on the foundation building pill." Thousands of years ago, when the major forces in this sea area had just stabilized, whenever the sword sect bestowed the foundation building pill, the foundation building seeds of the major families would go to Shuhua sword sect on their own and take the medicine to break through. But for some reason, the probability of failure of these foundation building seeds is extremely high, and often only 1 out of 10 people will succeed. For a time, all kinds of speculations were rampant. Later, the major foundation building families had no choice but to secretly take out the foundation building pill from the sword sect and send it back to the family for the clan members to take. There are all kinds of intrigues and deceptions, such as the unfortunate incident of having the foundation building pill stolen by someone, which has happened in the past 1,000 years. The family said that we cannot leave the Qingyuan Islands, not that we cannot leave the main island. Li Quanmo suddenly said, "The once in 5-year Mortal Ascension Conference is about to be held. We can take the task and go to the Mortal Island Kingdom under our command. Not only can we avoid the third elder and avoid offending him, but we can also bring some immortal seedlings with excellent spiritual roots into our own command in advance to strengthen our strength." Ascension Conference? Li Quanqing was immediately interested when he heard it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Ascension Conference. Everyone knows that the foundation of cultivators comes from mortals. Cultivators live in places where spiritual energy is abundant, that is, on various spiritual veins and spiritual islands, breathing the essence of heaven and earth, and practicing with concentration. Those vast lands with thin spiritual energy and no spiritual veins are naturally occupied by mortal kingdoms. Therefore, almost all the forces of cultivating immortals will hold a fairy ascension conference in due time to select immortal seedlings and strengthen themselves. The Li family has thousands of miles of sea areas under its command, and it controls countless mortal island countries. Every 5 years, it will hold a fairy ascension conference. It can be said to be a carnival for all the small families and forces under its command. Let's go to the Changqing Palace to ask. Li Quanqing and the others came to the Changqing Palace where the family issued tasks, thinking that they were the first to come. Unexpectedly, there were already 3 or 4 elders waiting, all of whom belonged to Li Kunli's command and were considered acquaintances. Elder Quanqing is here to take the task. Is he also going to host a Ascension conference? An elder who looked very familiar spoke up with a mischievous smile. He must be a top grade weapon refiner in the family. Yes, is it the same for you? Li Quanqing said somewhat embarrassedly. He didn't expect that there were so many smart people with active brains. Everyone looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. They were all indifferent and cunning guys. They were too familiar with the temperament of the third elder. When the other party was angry, it was like an active volcano that could erupt at any time. So they didn't want to stay on the island and wanted to stay away from this place of right and wrong. According to the rules of previous years, each Ascension conference is divided into 9 parts. Elders, please choose one by yourself. These 9 parts are the central part with Qingyu Island as a core, plus the 4 parts of East, West, South, North, Southeast, Northeast, Southwest, Northwest. The central part is closest to the main island, and is where a large number of Li Jiaf and Blood Clan members gather, so it has always been very popular. But the elders present didn't even look at it, and directly chose those remote sea areas. I choose the Eastern Sea area, Li Quanqing said. He always liked the direction of East. Sir, the Eastern Sea area has always been dominated by those small key refining families. There are many mortal islands, and it is very busy. A deacon reminded cautiously. No problem, it's just right to be a little busy. Just what I want, Li Quanqing said without caring. Anyway, when the time comes, it will be those deacons under Li Quanmo who will really measure the spiritual roots of mortal children, and the 2 of them will just be witnesses. After accepting the task, Li Quanqing got the things needed to measure the spiritual roots. The top grade flying magic tool ascension bridge, the low grade spiritual tool spirit measurement platform. Measuring spiritual roots is not a small matter. Those small key refining families can only afford the simple spirit measurement plate, which can measure whether the child has spiritual roots, and at most measure which attribute they tend to lean towards. If you want to really know the 5-element distribution of the spiritual roots, whether it is top grade, middle grade or low grade, you have to rely on the spirit measurement platform. Only the foundation building families and those stronger key refining families can afford such expensive spiritual tools. This is also the result of the deliberate control of the higher level cultivators of the Gengjin sect, so that some small families will not hide those superior immortal seedlings and use them for themselves. After all, the Immortal Ascension Conference represents the family's face. The Qingyu Li family specially prepared a tower ship for each elder. The boat was full of colorful ribbons, drums were beating, and the Qingyu fish dragon flag was fluttering, making it as grand as the enthronement of a secular emperor. It's a pity that Quanqing is not here, otherwise this scene would be enough for him to show off for the rest of his life. Li Quanmo looked at the family cultivators guarding the 4 directions, and couldn't help but smile on his cold face. 2 years have passed, and this silent guy has really changed a lot, becoming more talkative, and smiling a lot more. Even the speed of cultivation has increased a bit. Let's go. Li Quanqing stood at the bow, and gave an order, and the family steward immediately passed it down, majestically. Woo. A low horn sounded, and the ship trembled slightly. The spiritual light of the formation enveloped the deck and slowly set sail. Behind them, huge ships of mortal merchant fleets also set sail from Qingyu Island and its 7 branch islands. Most of them had the background of these immortal cultivators, and followed them closely. The Ascension Conference is not only a grand event for the immortal world, but also a grand event for mortals. All mortal families who were found to have immortal seeds will be given a generous reward of gold and silver. In addition, the various islands are rich in products, and can exchange what they have. This has led to many mortal merchant fleets flocking to it. The first island, the Liu family of Beishao Island. Li Quanqing took out the sea map, and looked at the first spiritual island 700 miles away from Qingyu Island. It was considered a relatively strong small family under the Li family. When the ship was still dozens of miles away from Beishao Island, a spiritual boat rushed towards them, as if it had been waiting for a long time. Liu Baixu, the head of the Liu family, greets the envoy of the ascending immortality from the upper family. I wonder which elder is here? From a distance, a clear voice came, with an unusually respectful tone and cautiousness. Li Quanqing looked down. This head of the Liu family was a strong man at the level of great perfection of key training. He was about 50 years old and there was still a possibility of impacting the foundation building. Beside him, there were 3 elders of the family, all of whom had the strength of the late stage of key training. Please ask them to come up. Li Quanqing spoke, smiling and chatting with everyone in the Liu family. Seeing such a young elder of the Li family, Liu Beisu couldn't help but be surprised. Thinking of a young genius who had just risen from the Qingyu Li family, his attitude became more respectful. When the building ship arrived at Beishao Island, the head of the Liu family said respectfully, "The Beishao Liu family has a total of 31 immortal seedlings under its command this year. Elder Quanqing, please take action and lower the ascension bridge." Li Quanqing nodded, stretched out his hand and pointed, and the magic power of the blue sea surged, all of which sank into the white jade ascension bridge. This special magic weapon is 5 meters long and more than 10 meters wide. At this moment, it suddenly shone brightly, and it floated from the deck. The 3 people climbed up the ascension bridge, and the glow immediately enveloped their bodies, covering their faces, making them look unfathomable and majestic. Li Quanqing drove this flying magic weapon, and the wind whistled in his ears. In the blink of an eye, it cut through the sky, and hung over Beishao Island. I saw a dense crowd of people gathered, and in the spotlight, 31 children were guarded, and stood in the center, looking quite nervous. They were the immortal seedlings selected by the Liu family, in advance with the spirit measuring plate, but the specific spiritual roots still need to be measured. Chief Liu, there are no top grade immortal seedlings hidden by the nobles in advance. Li Quanqing looked down at the tens of thousands of mortals below and suddenly asked with a smile. Even if the top grade spiritual roots cannot be measured with the spirit measuring plate, as long as you practice the skills, you can also guess a rough idea, based on the progress of each person. Except for the members of my Liu family, there are no traces of magic power left in the bodies of other immortal seedlings. The elders can investigate it personally. Liu Beisu said this openly, and without any fear. Li Quanqing nodded, waved his sleeves, and a palm-sized altar flew out of his sleeves, growing taller in the wind. The altar was 5-colored, with dense lines all over it. It flew out from the ascension bridge, and then landed on the ground, turning into the size of a small mountain. Immortal. It's the magic weapon of the immortal family. With a clatter, a large number of mortals below knelt down, respecting them as if they were gods, with eyes full of longing and fear. Li Quanqing's eyes were light, and he deliberately used his magic power. A majestic voice came out from the rosy clouds, shaking the world. All immortal seedlings, come on stage one after another, and test your spiritual roots. Do not make noise. Those who disobey the order will be punished. These immortal seedlings were just children between the ages of 7 and 12. Although they were not very old, they were talented, and had natural charm. They looked really extraordinary. Led by several immortal seedlings of the Liu family, they climbed onto the spirit testing platform one by one, and suddenly, a variety of radiances rose up, no more than 2 or 3 inches high. They are all low-grade spiritual roots, alas. Liu Beisu sighed slightly, feeling a little regretful. Seeing this, Li Quanqing also shook his head, and ordered the stewards to record the results of the spiritual roots of these immortal seedlings in the book, and then stepped on the jade bridge and left. These mortal immortal seedlings who were not descendants of the Li family, only those who reached the level of middle grade spiritual roots were worthy of being taken back to Qingyu Island for cultivation. Farewell, Elder Quanqing. Although Liu Beisu had a higher level of cultivation, he clearly knew his position and saluted respectfully. Is this the Immortal Ascension Conference? Li Quanqing looked at the mortals below, who were getting farther and farther away from him, and more blurred, and couldn't help but feel a little emotional in his heart. If he hadn't been born in the Li family, and had spiritual roots, he would probably be like these mortals now, looking up at the so-called immortals getting farther and farther away. Woo. The building ship roared, and slowly set sail again, heading for the next spiritual island. Repeating this over and over again. 5 days passed, and even Li Quanqing felt a little tired. Fortunately, he did not gain nothing. He got the cultivation seeds of 5 middle grade spiritual roots, and prepared to take them back to the family for cultivation. All immortal seedlings, come on stage one after another. Li Quanqing stepped on the immortal bridge and hung in the air, his voice rumbling like an expressionless machine. But this time, there was a new change. As a little girl stepped onto the spiritual platform, the altar suddenly roared, and among the various spiritual lights, a touch of water blue glow burst out. It was more than 6 inches high. This is a top-grade water spiritual root. Beside him, Li Quanmo's face first showed a trace of surprise, and then quickly turned into a deep joy. Based on the altar glow, less than 1 inch is inferior, 13 inches is inferior, 35 inches is medium, 57 inches is superior, and 79 inches is Earth spiritual root. Quanqing, it's a great achievement to have a top-grade spiritual root return to the family. Li Quanmo spoke in a low voice, unable to hide his excitement. In the entire Qingyu Li family, there are only 3 top-grade spiritual roots, which shows how precious they are. Li Quanqing glanced at him, but was not very excited. He reminded him, have you forgotten the rules of the sect? All top-grade spiritual roots that are not from the same family must first be reported to the Shuhua Sword sect. Li Quanmo frowned and immediately looked at the young patriarch who was in charge of this island next to him and asked in a deep voice, what's the name of this girl? This cultivator's surname was Fang. He came from a small family, but he was only at the 7th level of key refining. At this time, he was also in endless surprise. He thought for a moment and replied respectfully, this girl is a child of a pearl diving family on a nearby island. Her name is Zhao Keiwei, and she is only 7 years old. Chapter 117 Zhao Keiwei. Zhao Keiwei, your last name is not Li. Li Quanmo sighed, and immediately felt very sorry. Li Quanqing looked at the panic-stricken little girl below, and saw the aqua-blue rays of light gathered, and turned into a 6-inch long spiritual light on her forehead. The luster was soft and dazzling. Let's take her up first. Li Quanqing opened his mouth, pinched his fingers, and changed the seal. Suddenly, a ray of light cloud fell from the Shengsan bridge, carrying Zhao Keiwei, and flying in front of him. Shengsan, someone has ascended to heaven. I know her. She is the daughter of a pearl diving family on Qingyu Island. It's really a stroke of luck. It's a pity that all our family members have low-grade spiritual roots, but we are taken advantage of by outsiders. On the ground, everyone was in a mess, and all the thoughts in the world had their own ideas and emotions. When Zhao Keiwei's feet touched the jade bridge, her head was still a little dizzy, and she was a little at a loss looking at the 2 immortals in front of her who were shrouded in the rays of light. Keiwei, why don't you pay your respects to the 2 immortal masters of the Li family? The head of the Fang family spoke at the right time, smiling gently. Keiwei greets the 2 immortal masters. The little girl spoke timidly. Because of her poor family background, she was a little stunted and petite, but her bright eyes were big and round. Girl, you are talented and intelligent, and you have a top-grade spiritual root. Are you willing to join my Qingyu Li family to practice immortal arts? Li Quanmo spoke in an ethereal and majestic voice. If this top-grade spiritual root can really stay in the Li family voluntarily, even if the elders of the sword sect come, they will be helpless. Keiwei, why don't you agree quickly? The Li family is a well-known foundation-building family, and they will definitely train you carefully. The head of the Fang family stood by, with an expression on his face that said, I'm doing this for your own good. He also didn't want the girl to join the sword sect, because the other party would rise to prominence in the future, which would be disadvantageous to the Fang family. It would be better to stay on Qingyu Island. In this way, the rewards from the Li family would undoubtedly be more generous and amazing, and the benefits would be greater. Qingyu Li clan. Zhao Keiwei's face showed a trace of confusion, and she spoke in a dreamy voice. 2 immortals, why did I hear that Shuhua Sword Clan is the most powerful sect in this sea area? I want to join the Sword Clan and give it a try. Li Quanmo's face flashed with embarrassment. Little girl, how old are you? You actually know Shuhua Sword Clan? Patriarch Fang also spoke earnestly. Keiwei, do you know how far the Sword Clan is from Qingyu Island? It is tens of thousands of miles away, separated by thousands of islands. Don't you miss your parents, brothers, and sisters? Unfortunately, no matter how the 2 persuaded her, Zhao Keiwei still refused to give in. As expected of a top-grade spiritual root, at such a young age, she already has her own ideas. Let's go. Go back to Qingyu Island first. Li Quanqing spoke, and from beginning to end, he never persuaded this top-grade spiritual route. In that case, fellow Taoists, I will take my leave first. The head of the Fang family bowed, and while the ascension bridge had not yet flown high, he directly jumped down with his magic weapon, and landed steadily on the ground. Woo! The building ship and spirit boat roared, and began to slowly return to the course, heading towards the family. There are naturally nearly 100 spirit islands ahead that have not been explored, but now the top grade spirit routes are in urgent need, so they will naturally escort them back to the island first. Then let the other elders come to deal with it, and continue the meeting. Quanqing, are we really not going to persuade them anymore? Li Quanmo stood on the deck, still a little unwilling. If the third elder could accept a top grade spirit route as a disciple, perhaps many family elders would be shaken, and redistribute the foundation building bill. Forget it, why bother blocking people's way? The top grade spiritual route is known as the foundation building seed. If it is forced to stay in our Li family, do you think there is a chance of successfully building the foundation? Li Quanqing shook his head slightly, revealing his true thoughts. What's more, there is more than one Gengjin sect. You mean, Shu He Sword sect is a Gengjin sect, and Yanyu sect is also one. With a top grade spiritual route in hand, we have many choices. Li Quanqing grinned. Shu He Sword sect obviously supports the elders, and is obviously unreliable. I need to find a new big backer for myself. Li Quanmo's eyes lit up when he heard it, but this matter is serious, and I still need to ask the third elder for his advice, and make a decision. The two looked at each other, and saw each other's helplessness. I didn't expect that. After hiding in the end, I still had to take the initiative to come forward. It was really fate. Fortunately, after returning to Qingyu Island, and finding out some news, Li Quanqing and the others were relieved. The third elder didn't know if he had changed his temper. He only got angry a few times in the first 2 days, and then he stayed in his cave to practice. Could it be that the Hall Master is really going to build his own foundation? Li Quanqing walked deep into the weapon refining hall, and Li Quanmo followed closely behind him holding the little girl. With Li Kunle's talent, there was a chance of success. When he saw the third elder again, he was sitting in the garden tasting tea and cultivating his body and mind. You mean, you detected a top grade water spirit root? Li Kunle frowned and put down the teacup in his hand. Do the clan leaders know about this? Li Quanqing shook his head. We are returning very quickly. The entire building ship is controlled by our people. The news has not been spread yet. Hall Master, Yanyu sect likes to recruit all kinds of female disciples. Why not give this Zalkewari to them and sell them for a good deal? Li Kunle was somewhat tempted when he heard it. Suddenly, a secret voice came into his ears. He hesitated for a moment and sighed slightly. Forget it, you send Zalkewari to the elder now. Remember to do a great deed. Li Quanqing was stunned. Although he was a little confused, he still chose to obey, and turned around to take Zalkewari out of the cave. This kid's soul is not weak. He even vaguely discovered me just now. The branches and leaves rustled, and Li Kunle suddenly walked out from the depths of the garden, with sword eyebrows and star eyes, handsome and extraordinary. He stood with the third elder, but looked like a junior. Why didn't you let me agree to send that girl to my sister-in-law as an apprentice? Li Kunle asked in confusion. What sister-in-law? Don't call her that. Call her Fairy Shen. Li Kunle played with the teacup and said seriously, Ali, let me ask you, are you ready to split the Li family with the elders? The third elder thought seriously for a moment and finally shook his head. I'm afraid it won't work. Even if you want to leave, there won't be many people who will follow me. Not to mention other industrial interests. The second grade upper grade spiritual vein on Qingyu Island is unique. Even if you really surrender to Yanyu sect, they have no shortage of foundation building masters under their command, and they will be very grateful to reward you with a second grade lower grade spiritual island. The Li family has been operating in Qingyu Islands for thousands of years, and they have long been inseparable. Since you can't leave, then remain loyal to Jianzhang, at least on the surface, so that people can see that you are absolutely loyal. Li Kunle spoke, looking far away. The most taboo thing for those Gengjin sects is that their subordinates are indecisive, and their tolerance is extremely low. After hearing this, Li Quanqing naturally understood this truth and nodded in agreement silently. Don't be discouraged. As long as our Li family still exists, we will always find a chance to overturn the sky above our heads. Li Quanqing smiled and said, I have good news to tell you. News came from the Yan'yu sect that your foundation building pillars about to be refined. I will set off tomorrow and go to the Yan'yu Sea. A look of joy flashed across the third elder's brows, and he suddenly realized something. You are going to the Yan'yu sect? The old patriarch needs to stay in Qingyu Island, and the betrayals who cannot leave the island. Who will get the pill from the Shuhua sword sect? The second elder and the others have tentatively decided that 5 people who have reached the great perfection of key refining, plus the formation, and more than 10 second level talismans they carry with them, are enough to successfully escape from the foundation building. Li Quanqing said indifferently, they want me to go. That is absolutely impossible. I directly turned it down with the excuse of seclusion. The Yan'yu sect can't wait. After all, you make you my brother. Li Quanqing couldn't help laughing when he heard this and suddenly felt very moved. Chapter 118, Foundation Building. Quanqing, you did a good job. You did a good job. In the Changqing Hall, the great elder Li Quanqing looked at the timid little girl in front of him, and the joy on his face could hardly be suppressed. When Quanqing informs his master about this matter, Senior Duan will definitely be even happier. By offering this top-grade spiritual root seed, the Li family will undoubtedly get more benefits from the Shuhua sword sect. As for keeping Zhao Kewei in the Li family, he had never thought about it. The resources were not enough for his own family, let alone an outsider. It is my duty to solve the problems for the family. Li Quanqing spoke, at least his attitude was impeccable. A top-grade spiritual root fairy seedling is enough for 5,000 family contribution points. The great elder looked at him strangely. Quanqing, with your current family contribution, it is enough to exchange for a foundation building spiritual object, right? It's still a little short, not to mention that my cultivation is not enough, and I'm still a long way from the great perfection of key refining. Li Quanqing talked to the other party for a few more words, then floated away, leaving this matter behind. Deep in the Li family's weapon hall, King Li Volcano, the underground fire room, blazing! Exclamation mark. I saw dark red underground fire gushing out, heat waves rolling, escaping from the fire well, emitting an astonishingly high temperature. Sky blue fire. Li Quanqing flicked his finger, and the jade-like fire flew out from his fingertips, as if it had turned into a flaming dragon, devouring the underground fire and burning fiercely. Where the flames lingered, pieces of spiritual iron ore melted rapidly, and thousands of scales of golden patterned green jade carp flew out, like a green lotus blooming. Green jade armor. Li Quanqing stood in front of the stone platform, changing seals with his hands one after another, and performing a series of weapon refining secrets. The power of the soul surged out, holding up the fish scales flying in the air, and the magic power carved the spiritual patterns, and then covered with a layer of spiritual liquid after the metal melted, shining. Like a green scaled giant python shuttled between the flames and metal, soaring up and down, the flames splashed, bright and hot. Crack. Crack. Finally, the green scales fell in front of him, clamped together, and turned into a mighty armor like a diamond, sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, bathing in the sea of fire. Buzz! Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing opened his mouth and blew, and the sky blue flames shone brightly, drilling into the gaps between the scales, and then burst out again like fireworks. The jade armor roared, as if it had its own life, leaving traces of patterns on the surface of the green scales, and a layer of glaze-like color. It's done. Li Quanqing turned the sea of fire into a fire seed, and swallowed it into his danshan, leaving only a little burning breath in the refining room. The fire on the stone platform has not yet gone out, and the green jade armor is like a lotus blooming, shining like jade under the light of the fire, with bright colors. Junior brother's current level of refining has long surpassed me, and is like the style of the whole master in the past. Beside him, Li Quanqing clapped his hands in amazement, with a little shock on his face, feeling like a dream. Elders, do you need to check it yourself? Li Quanqing smiled and looked at the 5 elders of the weapon hall in the corner. They were all first-class weapon refiners. The old guys looked at each other, jumped onto the weapon refining table, and touched it with their hands. Their eyes were fiery, as if they were appreciating a peerless work of art. It is indeed the green jade armor. The youngest weapon refiner in the weapon hall is born. God bless the Li family. Li Quanqing came over and said with a smile, "Look at the looks of these old guys. They seem to be stimulated by you. It's too shocking." Li Quanqing smiled without saying much and took out another magic weapon he had refined during this period. It was a small dark copper tower held in his hand with a total of 9 floors and a delicate and majestic appearance, but each floor had many grooves. "What kind of magic weapon is this? It looks weird." Li Quanqing asked curiously, looking inquisitive. "Taoist soldier tower," Li Quanqing said, taking out 15 brass beans containing copper armor puppets. Click, click. He deliberately added magnetic materials to the small tower, and the copper beans flew out one by one and embedded themselves in the grooves, fitting perfectly. There are 9 grooves on each floor of the Taoist soldier tower, so only the first floor is filled, and the rest of the place looks empty. I still need to raise a few more batches of copper armored crabs to fill this copper tower as soon as possible. Li Quanqing thought to himself, holding up this heavy Taoist soldier tower, he felt like a tower holding king. With a thought, he could release the copper bean puppet from the small tower, and he no longer had to hold a handful of beans in his hand, which made him look much more handsome. "I don't know how the foundation building pill is going." The two brothers walked out of the earth fire room, and the formations around them were shining, isolating the lava and heat from the entire volcano. The sulfur smell hit them in the face, burning their lungs. There should be a result soon. Li Quanqing counted with his fingers, and the last time he saw Zhao Kewei was half a month ago. Later, the little girl disappeared from the Li family. She must have been taken back to the Shuhua sword sect by Li Quanqing, and the other elders would definitely accompany her. After more than 10 days, the foundation building pill must have been refined, and was on the way. As soon as the voice fell, the elder jade token on Li Quanqing's waist suddenly trembled, and the angry and suppressed voice of the great elder came out. "All family elders, listen to the order. The enemy has arrived. Everyone returns to the Changqing Palace. Follow me to kill the enemy." Huh? Someone dared to attack Qinggai Island? Li Quanqing was a little confused for a while. Li Quanqing was standing next to him, and naturally heard the voice. He hurriedly took out a few communication talismans, contacted several clansmen, and got a shocking news. The foundation building pill taken from the Shuhua sword sect was robbed on the road. "Really?" Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing widened his eyes and felt a little unbelievable. That was an extremely precious foundation building pill, and it was robbed just like that. Who robbed it? Boom! Exclamation mark. The two were just thinking about it when they heard a thunderous explosion. The Qingli volcano suddenly erupted, and the fiery red magma rolled down from the crater like a surging wave, and black smoke covered the sky. In an instant, the world seemed to be stirred by an invisible big hand, and the originally peaceful spiritual energy seemed to be caught in an unprecedented riot. Especially the violent and scorching fire essence, they surged out from the deep earth veins and volcanoes, carrying the momentum of destroying the world. Every wisp of essence was like a burning flame, and the air was burned and twisted wherever it passed. These fire essences seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, like 100 rivers returning to the sea, all whistling towards a cave. That is the cave, where the third elder is in seclusion. Could this fluctuation be? The two looked at the spiritual tide that surged like a tsunami, and suddenly a certain guess came to their minds, shocking beyond words. Boom. Another thunderclap blasted, stirring up the energy of heaven and earth. The depths of the key hall were in chaos, the spiritual energy was rioting, and the volcano was erupting. The spiritual tide was like a wild dragon that had broken free, wantonly impacting everything around it. The Qingli volcano erupted more and more violently, and the hot magma fell like raindrops, reflecting half of the sky red. Volcanic ash surged in, thick smoke billowed, the sky and the earth were grey, and there was a depressing and dull feeling. Buzz! Exclamation mark. A brilliant red glow suddenly bloomed, breaking through the thick smoke. The light was like the scorching sun in the sky, hot and dazzling. In the light, a figure wrapped in a figure slowly walked out of the broken cave, step by step in the air, like the rising sun. It was the third elder. He has established his foundation. Chapter 119 Turtle Mature. The third elder has established his foundation. Li Quanqing never thought that this day would come so soon. He thought that, after losing the foundation building pill, Li Quanqing would at least be depressed for a while, and then work hard to make up for his previous shame. Who could have thought that it would only be half a month before a thunderclap sounded? Li Quanqing, you didn't expect it. I have established my foundation. On the other hand, Li Yumiao's defense was completely broken. The foundation building pill that was about to reach his mouth flew away, and he didn't even smell the fragrance of the pill, and it was directly snatched away. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. Something big is going to happen. Li Quanqing looked at the third elder who was walking in the air with a dazzling light, and suddenly had a premonition in his heart. The facts were indeed as he expected. The lineage of the great elder who broke the defense went completely crazy. He insisted that it was the supreme elder Li Quanqing who took action, pretending to be a robbery cultivator, and snatched the foundation building pill that belonged to the family. There was no way. The timing was too good. The foundation building pill was just lost, and Li Quanqing broke through the foundation. Anyone would be tempted to think too much. Even Li Quanqing felt that this possibility was not small. After all, the third elder was just like that. If he couldn't get it, he would snatch it. The family might be in chaos for a while, Li Quanqing thought, but this was a good thing for him. Li Quanqing and Li Quanqing, two great foundation building cultivators, joined forces, and they would definitely be enough to completely suppress the great elder's lineage. As the third elder's trusted and direct descendant, he only needed to lie down and watch the fun, and he would get the biggest share of the benefits. In the future, you can't call me the third elder anymore. You have to call me the second great elder. Li Quanqing suddenly remembered something. So, when I break through the foundation, won't I be the third great elder? Oh no, I'm the third great elder. He couldn't help but laugh. Qingdao Island was in chaos, but Li Quanqing was too lazy to fight for any benefits. He released the longevity turtle from the spirit beast bag, and prepared to return to Yulang Island. Turtle, let's go home. The longevity turtle cried out, paddled lazily, and swam towards the direction of Yulangbo. The vast sea is boundless, and the sea and the sky are one color. A man and a turtle sailed slowly in the sea, enjoying the beautiful scenery, relaxed and comfortable. Now that Li Quanqing has completed the foundation building, and his backer has been upgraded, this little life is naturally wonderful. When he was still 300 or 400 miles away from Beoqingfang, Li Quanqing saw that this sea area was completely blocked by the Li family. Many family stewards were busy here, salvaging the wreckage of the broken spirit boat, collecting the bodies of the elders, and exploring the traces left by the enemy. Is this the place where the foundation building pearl was robbed? It's not far from Beoqingfang city. The enemy is really good at choosing a location. Li Quanqing stood on the turtle shell, looking at this sea area, and couldn't help but take a few more glances. The enemy who robbed the Li family's foundation building pill this time was really strong. 5 family elders at the level of key refining great perfection, plus the formation assistant and the second level spirit talisman, did not last long, and were all killed. When the clan leader arrived from Qingdao Island, he saw only devastation, broken spiritual boats, and blood-stained sea surface, which was horrible to watch. Crackling. The longevity turtle's big claws stirred the sea water, and between the waves, tiny arcs of electricity suddenly exploded, tingling. Gishu divine thunder. Li Quanqing stretched out his fingers, swallowed and exhaled his magic power, and wiped out a water block of electricity, turning it into the rich water essence of the origin and dissipating it. No wonder the elders insisted that it was the supreme elder who took action. Li Quanqing sighed. As a great monk of thunder attribute foundation building, Li Quanqing was best at the top grade wonderful method of Gishu divine thunder. The most powerful force left in this sea area was also Gishu divine thunder, or thunderbolt struck down and blew the Li family spiritual boat into pieces. That kind of terrifying power can only be caused by a strong man in the middle stage of foundation building. But such an obvious method looks like a frame up, but the great elder and Li Yumiao won't listen to any explanation. However, no matter how much they struggled, Failure was inevitable. The enemy's goal is probably to provoke infighting between the Supreme Elder and the clan leader, and disintegrate our Qingyu Li clan. But no one expected that the third elder would suddenly succeed in building the foundation, causing the clan leader to suppress his unwillingness and maintain the stability of the family. Li Quanqing had a grasp of the enemy's psychology and motives. The longevity turtle swam in the seawater, preparing to bypass this sea area. Suddenly, it seemed to sense some kind of breath, and with a loud cry, it became restless and drilled deep into the seabed. Li Quanqing was curious and did not stop it. Finally, he found a black scale in the gap between a reef on the seabed. The black scale was round and blunt, a circle larger than the palm of a hand, entangled with a faint demonic aura, and a fierce pressure permeated. Li Quanqing took it in his hand and suddenly realized that there were still more than a dozen drops of red demon blood on the scales. Tail and black turtle demon blood, remains of the second level peak demon beast, pure demon energy, noble blood, helpful to assist turtle spirit beasts to break through the realm, can be taken directly orally. Li Quanqing looked at the words that appeared in front of him. He almost forgot that his golden finger also had the function of appraising treasures, which could find all kinds of treasures that were beneficial to the growth of spirit beasts. The second level peak level Teo and Black Turtle should be the island protecting spirit beast of the Sitter family. Could it be that the Sitter family stole this foundation building pillar and deliberately targeted my Li family? Li Quanqing held the icy turtle scales and had some guesses in his heart. The longevity turtle stretched its neck, almost impatiently, wanting to swallow the demon blood into its stomach, with eager eyes. Li Quanqing would naturally not be stingy, and took all the blood, and fed it to the turtle. Will you eat the scale? Seeing the longevity turtle's uninterested look, Li Quanqing patted its shell and said, let's go back first. Meet Elder Quanqing. One man and one turtle returned to the battlefield where they salvaged the sunken ship. Immediately, a family steward approached cautiously with a respectful attitude. Now that the Supreme Elder is powerful, this lineage is destined to rise and soar. Who dares to disrespect? Li Quanqing nodded slightly and took out the turtle scale. This is what my spirit beast found in the seawater. It is suspected to be a scale left by the Teo and Black Turtle. It may be related to the murderer. I give it to you. The Teo and Situ family. Several stewards were shocked at first, and then their eyes lit up. This is a good target for blaming others. Elder Quanqing is wise and powerful. This can give an explanation to the family, right? Li Quanqing looked at their expressions, and suddenly felt a little bit amused. I'm not making this up. You can call in a few spirit turtles. Maybe you can find a few more. He shook his head, too lazy to get involved, and rode the turtle back to Yulang Island. The blood of the big demon is indeed extraordinary. As soon as it returned to Yulangbo, the longevity turtle let out a low roar. It swallowed the water spirit in big mouthfuls, and the demonic energy all over its body emanated from its shell. The breath surged, and finally broke through that layer of boundary. It's not easy. I raised it for 4 or 5 years and finally broke through. Li Quanqing felt quite gratified, like an old father watching his child grow up. He rubbed his hands impatiently and grabbed the white ball of light on the turtle's head. Harvest a longevity turtle in the early stage of key refining and reward a top grade elixir turtle years of longevity. Turtle's longevity pill. Although the divine turtle is long lived, it still has its end. Top grade longevity elixir can assist key refining cultivators in seizing the fortune of heaven and earth and extend their life by 20 years. The light dissipated and turned into a precious pill in a jade bottle, which was round and flawless, with an alluring fragrance. Chapter 120, 9th level of key refining. Longevity elixir. Li Quanqing looked at the white elixir with dark green elixir patterns in his hand, and felt the fragrance, and a desire emerged from deep in his body. That was the desire for the most fundamental source of life. This kind of elixir would naturally not be kept overnight, and it should be eaten when it is time. Li Quanqing sat on the beach, adjusted his state, and swallowed the elixir into his stomach. Boom! Exclamation mark. The Gisu Shouten melted in his mouth, like a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach, followed by a burst of majestic vitality. The power of the elixir surged, slowly erasing the traces left by the years on his body. Huolala. In the Danshan, it was also eager to move because of this power, and the origin of life was enhanced, and even the bottleneck was weakened a little. The blue mana surged, like a river pouring back, wandering freely in the meridians, and then fiercely attacking the bottleneck of the 9th level of key refining. It's time to break through. Li Quanqing took out a storage bag, which was specially used to store many spiritual energy balls. At this time, he crushed them all with his magic power. Wow! Exclamation mark. The rich and amazing spiritual energy burst out from the storage bag, like a volcanic eruption. A milky white waterfall river drilled out, and drilled into the body along the pores of the body. The magic power rushed, refining the spiritual energy in an instant, rolling like a tide, and attacking the bottleneck. Pop! Exclamation mark. I don't know if it's the effect of the Gishao pill, or if Li Quanqing's own accumulation has long been enough. The sea of magic power rushed through, and the bottleneck was torn into pieces in an instant. It was so smooth that it was incredible. The 9th level of key refining. One more step forward. There is hope for foundation building. Who? Exclamation mark. Li Quanqing slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, slowly calming the strong and tyrannical fluctuations remaining in his body, and the magic power in the Danshan gathered like a deep pool. From his 7 orifices, small snake-like white gas drilled out, turning into clouds and mists that entangled all over his body, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. As the boy's cultivation improved, he looked younger. His skin was crystal clear, his hair was shiny, and he looked like an ethereal fairy. He wore a green robe, and stood tall like a bamboo. He looked more and more like an ethereal fairy. Li Quanqing opened his eyes, which were warm and shining. He felt as if he had become much younger and his bones were light. I was only 23 years old after the Chinese New Year. Now I have gained 20 years of life out of thin air. If you convert it, doesn't it mean I'm only 2.5 years old now? The boy laughed dumbly. He looked only 17 or 18 years old. He had the vigorous aura of a young man. But with his surging blue sea magic power, his temperament gave people a feeling of being unfathomable and daunting like the vast ocean. At first glance, he knew that he was a true immortal, a child of destiny. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the heir of the golden elixir. Moo the water splashed, and Aoking swam out of the water slowly, his big head tilted up and down, as if congratulating his master. It opened its mouth wide, and like a whirlwind, it swallowed all the spiritual energy that was scattered around into its stomach, and let out a satisfied roar. It seems that you are about to break through. Li Quanqing smiled, and touched the carp's head. He estimated that it would only take a few months, and it would pass in the blink of an eye. Now that he has stood at the top of key refining, it is time to look forward to building the foundation, and he feels that it is within reach. In the 3rd level of foundation building, my physical body is comparable to the great perfection of physical training. The magic power of the blue sea is vast and majestic, and my soul is nourished by the soul-nourishing water. I have cultivated a sea-suppressing hard sword. Add to that the foundation building spiritual object promised by the family, and the probability of success in building the foundation by myself is at least 50% to 60%, right? Li Quanqing twisted the soul-nourishing wooden bracelet, and felt that the road was bright and the future was promising. The following days were as peaceful and tranquil as ever. The spirit beasts that were on the verge of a breakthrough had already broken through, and the rest needed to be slowly nurtured. The one with the fastest progress in cultivation is the snow leopard stepping on the clouds. With the help of the cold air contained in the ice feathers and Li Quanqing's use of the cold light of ice soul to cleanse its bones, it has now successfully broken through the 6th level of key refining. If it goes one step further, it will be able to open the light ball reward. Following closely behind should be the thunderhorn python and the little vinewood ape. They should be able to enter the key refining stage in more than half a year. As for the 5 colorful kunkans, in addition to the delicious spiritual eggs they lay, it is better not to say anything about their progress in cultivation. The progress of the Baoguang toad has also slowed down. Li Quanqing touched the quacking spiritual toad. Now that the golden marrow jade has lost its effect on them, they can be sold for spiritual stones. It's time to eat. It's time to eat. The young man in green robes walked on the water and threw the bait. The water surface was sparkling for a while, and the fish scales surged like the tide. He took out various cultivation pills, such as Huangaya pills, Jinfeng Yulu pills, etc., and occasionally mixed them with the bait to feed the green jade carps to assist in their cultivation. Now the third batch of 100 green jade carps have also broken through the second level of key refining. When they all rise to the middle stage of key refining, Li Quanqing estimates that he can use that powerful spiritual tide to start to break through the bottleneck of foundation building. The spiritual energy of Yu Longbo is limited, and he did not feed the Hehuan pill to breed new fry. Now these green jade carps are enough. Dong dong. Above his head, someone suddenly knocked on the island protection formation, making a dull sound. Li Quanqing raised his head and immediately saw a familiar burly figure, stepping into the air, and looking at him with a smile on his face. Second Elder of the Supreme Elders. Li Quanqing hurriedly took out the formation plate, opened the formation, and welcomed him in. "You kid, you actually broke through again." Li Kunli walked in the air. After breaking through the foundation building, he looked much younger and more unrestrained in temperament. He looked like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s, with an upright posture, a broad back, and black hair. "Greetings, Second Grand Elder." This was the first time the two had met alone after their breakthrough, and Li Quanqing seemed a little reserved. "Ah, we are really estranged." Li Kunli shook his head and spoke directly as always. "I will hold my foundation building ceremony in half a year. Hurry up, do you want to come?" "Of course I will go, to congratulate the Hall Master." Li Quanqing listened to the familiar tone and his attitude was slightly relaxed. "Gifts and the like, just make them up casually. You know I don't care about these details." Li Kunli teased Daoking, with a casual attitude. "By the way, do you want to be the head of the weapon refining hall?" Li Quanqing was stunned. The elder means. The second elder and 5 other elders died in the battle while transporting the foundation building pills. The first elder felt that he was too old and had retired. Now there are nearly 10 vacancies among the 36 powerful elders. Which position do you like? The head of the weapon hall, or the head elder of the Baoking Fang? Both of these are lucrative positions. The spirit stones divided every year are almost as much as money in a sack. Everyone in the family covets them. Now it's just a matter of Li Kunli's words. The family is really turbulent. Fortunately, all this has passed, the dust has settled, and the third elder's lineage is in power. The clan leader Li Zhangayao has sat in this position for 180 years. Now the younger generation is not doing well, and they can only hope that Li Quanqing, who is far away in the sword sect, can succeed in building the foundation in the future. Li Quanqing suppressed his thoughts. It is better to give the position of the head of the weapon hall to senior brother Quanlin. I think the position of the elder in charge of Baoking Fang is more suitable for me. The young man laughed. Yulong Island is only a few dozen miles away from Baoking Fang City, which is just right. You kid, you are still as greedy as ever. Li Kunli laughed and agreed. Obviously, your weapon refining level is higher, but the position of Baoking Fang is not bad. Do a good job, and don't be careless. From today on, you are the 7th elder of the Qingyu Li family, in charge of all matters in Baoking Fang, but if there are those who are not convinced, I will allow you to suppress them on the spot. After all, Li Quanqing is old, and cannot compare with those family elders of the Qunai and Ju generations. The first 6 elders are all in the state of great perfection of key refining. Although he can only be ranked 7th, his authority is enough to rank among the top 3 in the family. The third elder handed over another jade slip. This is part of the family's inheritance of the 2nd level weapon refiner. Take a look at it first, and ask me any questions at any time. Thank you, Hall Master. Li Quanqing took it respectfully. After Li Kunli left, he couldn't wait to put on a new elder robe, and put on the jade card of the 7th elder. Baoking Fang, it's mine now. Until this moment, the young man was still a little unbelievable. But to be precise, he can only be regarded as having half of the control of Baoking Fang, and the other half is with the Z family. Li Quanqing was preparing to take a day in the next few days, to go to the market, to take up his post. Unexpectedly, that night, several family leaders in Baoking Fang market took the initiative to visit. We are here to see the 7th elder. 5 clan members stood on a spirit boat and saluted respectfully. They all held power in Baoking Fang. Li Quanqing took a few glances and only had contact with Li Yujiao, who was responsible for many matters of Baoking auction house. Elder Quanqing, this is a share that Baoking Fang gave you this year. Please take a look. The leading wealthy man handed over a storage bag and nodded. He was also an elder of the Yu generation of the Li family. He had met him before and belonged to the line of the great elder. Now that he has abandoned the dark and joined the light, he is afraid that the new official will make a big fuss after taking office, so he hurriedly pulled a few colleagues to build a good relationship with this new boss. Li Quanqing opened the storage bag, and the rich treasure light suddenly filled his eyes. He couldn't help but tremble his palm slightly. So many? These spirit stones are enough for him to buy the dragon flame sculpture or the Kanghe whale. The second elder left suddenly, so this year's harvest has not been handed over to the family. In addition, we have a small gift from a few people. It is not a respect. Please accept it with a smile. Li Quanqing stroked the storage bag and said earnestly, this is my first year in office. There must be no problems with the family. Elder, please rest assured that the profit of Baoking Fang this year will definitely be more than in previous years. The middle-aged monk's face suddenly straightened, and he patted his chest loudly. He is a talent. Let Quan Fudo learn from this smart man later. Li Quanqing nodded slightly. Since Baoking Fang City has also made steady progress this year, let's continue to operate according to the previous family arrangement. Now that he doesn't have enough talent, he is too lazy to make any personnel changes. After inquiring in detail about the duties of the elders in charge of Baoking Fang, he sent them away. Touching the heavy storage bag, Li Quanqing couldn't help but feel excited and prepared to go to Whale King Square. Now that he has enough cultivation and spirit stones, it's time to take the two powerful spirit beasts, Dragon Flame Eagle and Kanghe Whale, which he has been thinking about. All of them are in his pocket. Chapter 121 Half Demon. Whale King Market. Li Quanqing arrived at this familiar spiritual island and stepped into the market. The first thing he saw was his own happy little house. Two glass high-rise buildings stood there. Even in the daytime, they were still too conspicuous and towering. Hey, there are already imitators. It seems that business is good. Li Quanqing looked around and found 3 or 4 high-rise caves under construction. They were obviously copying him. After all, for immortal cultivators, the difficulty of construction is not high. It is just a matter of not opening up the mind. Boss. Li Quanfu stood at the entrance of the market and greeted him with a smile. His temperament became more mature. Beside him, there was also a young woman with a gentle temperament like water. She was about the 4th level of key refining, with curved eyebrows and eyes, and a very pretty appearance. This fairy is. Li Quanqing raised his eyebrows and had some guesses in his mind. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Miss Bingwen from the Cheyenne Fu Shen family. Fairy Shen Bingson specially introduced her. As he spoke, Li Quanfu couldn't help showing a shy smile on his face. After all, he was still a young man in his 20s. Although he had become a shopkeeper and had seen a lot of the world, he was still too innocent in terms of feelings. Hello, Fairy Bingwen. My humble lady greets you, brother. Shen Bingwen bowed softly, which seemed to be generous and graceful, delicate but not timid. In addition to the two of them, there were several other guys, all of whom were members of the Li family and were specially recruited to help. On the way, Li Quanqing pulled this guy to his side and lowered his voice. Quanfu, you are only at the 5th level of key refining, and you are not old. Why do you have to find a Taoist partner so quickly? This is the general concept of immortal cultivators. Generally speaking, only when you are over 50 or 60 years old and have no hope of building a foundation will you have the idea of giving birth to offspring. Brother, my talent is here. Even with a lot of resources to support me, it is already my limit to break through the 7th level of key refining in this life. Li Quanfu's voice was very calm, as if he had already let it go. Besides, next year will be my grandfather's 100th birthday, and he has long wanted to hold his grandson. Oh, next year is the old man's 100th birthday. When will the birthday banquet be held? Li Quanqing was a little surprised. Before returning to the Qinghai Islands, he also visited old man Li Quanqiu several times. He was still energetic and did not show any signs of old age. With Li Quanqing helping out in several fish ponds, it was much easier. Every day, he smiled and smoked, drank tea and enjoyed the scenery. His life was comfortable and pleasant. Li Quanqing opened his mouth and said a specific time, which was just a few months after Li Quanqing's foundation building ceremony. "I will definitely go when the time comes." Li Quanqing remembered it in his heart and was already thinking about what gift to prepare. The group walked along the market and finally arrived at the Happiness House, which was a very prosperous place. Almost all the shops on the two happiness streets were rented out, and all kinds of independent cultivators came and went, which was very prosperous. Li Quanqing was very satisfied. There are still many talents among the independent cultivators, drawing talismans and refining pills, making puppets and weaving clothes, wrestling monsters, and setting up formations to sell rice. They took a fancy to the large number of low-level independent cultivators living in the Happiness House and took the opportunity to rent shops and solicit business, forming a positive business ecology. Even if others have built new high-rise buildings, there are these two commercial streets and so many rich shops. There is no shortage of independent cultivators to rent houses. Nothing has happened in the past 6 months, right? Li Quanqing asked, watching Li Quanqing greet the shop owners one by one, with almost no chance to breathe. "Brother Hui, it's not a big problem. It's just that a few casual cultivators in the late stage of key refining came to protest, saying that our building is too high and uncomfortable to look at. I sent them away." Li Quanqing nodded and looked at the most luxurious shop on the street. It was his own Quanqing Pavilion, which sold all kinds of talismans and magic tools. It was the best business. Many of the cultivators coming and going had a jade plaque hanging on their waists. The front was engraved with fish and dragon patterns, and the back was the word happiness plus the number of the floor. This was what he had specifically instructed before, saying that he wanted to create a sense of identity among community residents. Unexpectedly, it was quite popular. Some casual cultivators took the jade plaque out to hunt monsters and experience. When they met neighbors in the same building, they often helped each other. For a time, this kind of cave jade plaque was quite popular in the Whale Emperor Square. After all, cultivating immortals is not about fighting and killing, but more about human relationships. They came to the center of the two high-rise buildings, where more than a dozen caves that looked like villas were built, originally intended to be rented to cultivators in the middle and late stages of key refining. But they disliked the happy house because it was too crowded and not quiet enough, and the grade was too low, so in the end, only Li Quanqing and other Li family members could live there. It was a kind of property office area. Walking inside, Li Quanqing waved away his attendants and took out a storage bag. "Boss, this is our rent and profit for the past 6 months. Please take a look." Li Quanqing opened the bag and counted, and immediately saw 4,000 low-grade spirit stones, and was a little surprised. "So many?" Li Quanqing took out the account book and reported one by one. In addition to more than 1,000 single caves, the rent of shops on the two streets, and the profit of Quanqing Pavilion, etc. Thanks to the fact that Shuhua Sword Sect officially opened the Whale Emperor Sect ruins half a year ago, it attracted tens of thousands of casual cultivators to flock to it. Business is so good that you can make money every day by lying down. Take 1,000 of these spirit stones and send them to the Shuhua Sword Sect elders stationed in the market. Li Quanqing spoke, not blinded by the benefits, and still remembered who opened this Whale Emperor Square. Now that the Qingyu Li family has 3 great foundation building monks, the news has gradually spread, and their power is growing day by day, so they are not afraid of being envied. With these 3,000 spirit stones, plus the huge sum of money from Bao Qingfang, Li Quanqing can just buy the Dragon Flame Eagle and the Kanghe Whale, if he can get some money by himself. He put away the spirit stones, and was about to go to Jian Bao Tower. The Zenhei sword made a series of light sounds, and suddenly he noticed a hidden prying gaze. This is the advantage of having a strong soul. As long as someone peeks at you secretly, you will be discovered directly. Who are those guys? Li Quanqing turned his gaze to a dark corner between the buildings, and saw 7 or 8 monks standing or squatting, staring at this place with ill intentions. Li Quanqing happened to be following behind him. Seeing this group of people, he snorted coldly, "These guys are from the Sitter family. When our business was good before, the newly promoted foundation building cultivator of the Sitter family sent someone to our door and asked me to offer him a small happy building to seek shelter. I beat him out, but I didn't expect that he still had evil intentions. It's the Sitter family again. Now there are 8 great foundation building cultivators, plus a second level peak island protecting black tortoise. They are really majestic. With such domineering behavior, no wonder even the Shuhua sword sect has to give them a beating. Li Quanqing looked at this group of ruffian cultivators. His spiritual awareness was sharp. He detected a ray of sinister aura that made him very uncomfortable from several of them. That feeling seemed familiar. He thought for a moment, secretly opened his Duobeo spiritual pupils, and quietly looked at the aura on them. He saw that in the magic power and aura, wisps of mixed and unbearable demonic auras were mixed and entangled, indistinguishable from each other, and difficult to distinguish. Demonic aura. How can there be demonic aura on people? Li Quanqing couldn't help but tremble. Even if the monks raised demon beasts and spirit beasts, the auras they emitted were separate. They would not be entangled like this. This situation shows that these people are clearly half demons. Thanks to the reader grandpa, eat well and smell good, for the 10,000 points reward, and book friend 202209192236533424 for the 100 points reward. Congratulations to Eat Well and Smell Good for becoming the 4th helmsman of this book, and give flowers in addition. Thanks again to the 3 helmsmen, Guok Chengyang, Zia Ziheng, and HJC, for their strong support. Thank you. Chapter 122, Whale Dragon Sculpture. Li Quanqing withdrew his prying eyes, but there was still a trace of shock in his heart. Half demons, that is, the sons of humans and demons, are generally human-shaped, but they have some symbols of demon beasts. Because of the war between humans and demons, they left a blood feud between each other. Half demons are not welcomed by pure-blooded humans, so most of them join the demon kings and big demons of various parties and sneak into their human territory to make trouble. After all, the demon race is too mixed. Fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, tigers, leopards, jackals, and all kinds of strange-looking monsters can be accepted, not to mention half demons, which are relatively normal. The human race is not the case. Everyone looks similar and pays attention to the purity of blood, so they are extremely xenophobic. How could the cultivators of the Sitter family get together with several half-demons? Do the senior members of their family know, or has the Sitter family already secretly? Li Quanqing's eyes sank slightly, thinking of the Taoan black turtle that guarded the Sitter family. This spirit turtle was a warped left by Jinden Zenran of the Sitter family 1,000 years ago. It has lived for more than 1,000 years, and has reached the state of perfect foundation building. It is the most powerful creature of the Sitter family. With the blood card and blood contract left behind, can the cultivators of the Sitter family still fully control this great demon of foundation building that is on the verge of breakthrough? Quanfu, do these people live in our happiness house? Li Quanqing asked. He felt a little heavy in his heart, as if he had glimpsed a little of the deepest secret of the Sitter family. Not all of them live in our single cave, only those few. Li Quanfu turned around and described in a low voice. They were all that group of half-demons. By the way, brother, in addition to them, I have seen dozens of cultivators with them. They all have a gloomy aura and are wrapped in black robes all day long. Immortal cultivators have a good memory and can remember everything they see. Hearing this, Li Quanqing couldn't help but tremble slightly and suddenly understood something. His own happy little building was crowded with people coming and going. There were more than 1,000 casual cultivators living here, and even 2 or 3 poor cultivators shared the house. It was a mixed crowd. It was the best place to hide filth and dirt. No wonder the Sitter family foundation building master would be interested in his property. It turned out that he wanted to provide a warm, safe and hidden home for the half-demons. It seems that I should really thank him. Gritting teeth. It seems that we can't stay in this Whale King Square. Li Quanqing didn't know what these half-demons were doing here, but it was definitely not a good thing. After buying the spirit beast, run away immediately. He made a decision in his heart. Quanfu, let my sister-in-law go and notify Fairy Shen Bingson of the Xianfu Palace next door, saying that there will be changes in the market and leave quickly. After all, everyone has a good relationship as neighbors, and they are not clear with the Supreme Elder, so they can help. What could possibly happen to the market? Li Quanqing was somewhat confused. Boss, what should we do with our property here? Li Quanqing looked at him with a look of disappointment. Now the whole Baoking Fang belongs to us. Why are you still thinking about these 2 buildings? Of course, we should let our subordinates manage them. After saying that, he hurried to Jian Bao building. What? When did Baoking Fang become ours? Although Li Quanqing's little heart was shocked like never before, he still knew that business was important and hurried to make arrangements one by one. Welcome senior to Jian Bao building. Li Quanqing walked into the magnificent building, and as usual, a group of young girls surrounded him. Take me to the spirit beast area. He was in a hurry now, and he was too lazy to take a closer look, and he just randomly designated a girl. Okay senior, please follow me. Arriving at the spirit beast area, Li Quanqing pointed directly at the Kanghe whale in the pool. I want to touch it myself, and if I'm lucky, I'll buy it directly. The maid was stunned for a moment, not expecting such a strange request. However, she looked at the boy's 9th level cultivation, still smiling and saying, as you wish senior, I will arrange it right away. In the huge fish pond, the waterfall fell, the waves splashed, and suddenly a red sound was heard. The spiritual light of the array patterns intertwined and turned into an array, successfully trapping all the spirit beasts inside, making it difficult to hurt the customers. This sea whale was more than 20 meters long, floating there quietly, with a snow-white belly and blue-white fins hanging like sails. The demonic aura was restrained, and the personality was very quiet. Li Quanqing stepped on the whale's broad back like an island. The sea blue skin was rough and thick, with wave-like lines, as if it could merge into the sea water at any time. Whale waves, sea whale, deeply longing. I want to stir up huge waves in the depths of the sea again. Let this storm come even more violently. Cultivation, key refining level 7, 89%. The sea whale was floating in the pool, and it was difficult to even turn over. At this moment, it suddenly made a low and melodious whale cry, as if it was reminiscing about the happy times of its childhood. With a puff, it opened its blowhole and sprayed a thick column of water from its back, splashing waves and rising into the sky, catching people off guard. Senior, look, this spirit whale is very energetic. The girl was soaked in water, but she still showed an awkward but polite smile, very professional, and she didn't forget to promote it at this time. Li Quanqing was amused and nodded slightly. Then buy it, and take me to see the dragon flame eagle. I'm also very interested in this spirit beast. The maid used her magic power to dry the clothes, and she was simply overjoyed. Where did this top 2nd generation cultivator come from? He must have mine at home to be so generous. This month's salary increase for my mother is guaranteed. They left the fish pond and walked into the deepest part of the spirit beast area. The fire spirit energy around them was slowly rising. The smell of sulfur penetrated into their noses. A man-made dwarf volcano appeared in front of them, and the air was scorching. The dragon flame eagle stood on a flame phoenix tree at the crater of the volcano, surrounded by flames. It looked down at the two of them proudly, with eyes like lightning, and was extremely majestic. Its pupils were golden, swallowing fire and molten gold. Those red feathers were spread out, like the scales of a dragon, revealing lava-like flames from the gaps, and the breath was fascinating. Senior, if you buy these 2 building guarding spirit beasts, I can make the decision and give you this fire spirit mountain together with the red flame phoenix tree. It was rare for someone to take a fancy to these 2 spirit beasts. The deacon in the building had already sent a message to the girl, trying to sell them quickly and put them in the bag. In fact, these 2 monsters are said to have noble bloodlines and have a great probability of breaking through the 2nd level foundation building. In fact, it was all bluffing. If it really had such great potential, the Shuhua sword sect would have given it to its disciples to cultivate instead of selling it to outsiders. Li Quanqing nodded slightly, the sky blue flames covering his whole body, and walked towards the crater step by step, not afraid of the scorching heat of the magma. After all, it was just an artificial volcano, using spiritual stones to gather the fire spirit energy between heaven and earth. Without that kind of mighty power. Cry. When the dragon flame eagle saw a stranger approaching, it immediately let out a high-pitched cry, and the flames on its wings soared into the sky, piercing through golden cracking rocks, stirring the clouds. Li Quanqing opened his multi-treasure spiritual pupils, absorbed a ray of treasure energy to practice, and saw the vigorous and abundant flame red dragon energy in the spirit eagle's body. In terms of noble blood and potential alone, this dragon flame eagle is undoubtedly much better than that Kanghe whale. Quiet. Li Quanqing opened his mouth, opened his glass jade bone body, and his pupils also became as bright as gold, accompanied by a vast pressure surging out. There was a kind of pressure from a superior. His body, magic weapon, and soul all crushed the opponent. For a moment, this proud and unruly dragon flame eagle with noble blood became quiet and stopped struggling. He let him stroke the cold and hard feathers like metal, and the golden feathers on both sides of his forehead soared into the sky, like a pair of dragon horns rising up. My heart is like fire. Dragon flame eagle, dragon flame that burns everything, grant me the power to burn everything, rise in the flames, be reborn in the ashes, immortal. Cultivation, 8th level of key refining, 39%, good guy. It turned out to be a middle school spirit eagle with a blazing flame. Li Quanqing couldn't help but glance sideways, thinking that the golden flame tiger would definitely like this new partner. After all, in the eyes of the tiger cub, any creature with wings is considered to be his own kind. In the girl's expectant eyes, Li Quanqing said the most inhumane words. Buy them all, pack them all up, and take them away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Encounter on the Road. Because the size of the Kanghe whale is too big to fit in the spirit beast bag, Jianbei Tower will send it to my spirit island in a few days by using a building ship. That's what you mean, right? Li Quanqing looked at the maid in front of him, not expecting that he had overlooked this question. Yes, senior, including the dwarf volcano and the red flame phoenix tree. They will be placed on the building ship and packed together for you. The girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and spoke carefully, fearing that she would make this distinguished guest unhappy. Li Quanqing pondered for a moment. In this case, then I refuse to pay the spiritual stones for this Kanghe whale, and I will pay on delivery. The maid opened her mouth and was about to say something, but in the blink of an eye, a secret voice came into her ears, and she immediately changed her face to a smile. No problem, senior. We Jianbei Tower believe in the reputation of King Gaoli. That's about right. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. After all, the spiritual stones he spent were real, so he naturally had to make himself happy and do whatever he felt comfortable with. Then pack up this dragon flame eagle and take it away first and sign the slavery blood contract on the spot. No problem, senior. After paying the spirit stone, a special cultivator soon imprisoned the dragon flame eagle and personally brought it to him. After all, it was an alien demon bird with a large body and a wingspan of nearly 5 meters. Its huge body stood upright, one head taller than him, and its neck was proudly raised. The spirit beast blood contract, the true spirit jade plate, the master recognition array. Facing such a noble demon beast that may break through the foundation in the future, various restrictions must naturally be added, and they are free. Slave beast seal. Li Quanqing also used the familiar secret method to form a small white seal and drill into the depths of the dragon flame eagle's true spirit. As long as his soul is stronger than the other party, he can remain loyal forever, and he is not afraid of the demon beast's rebellion. Cry. After signing a series of unequal contracts, under the blessing of various factors, the dragon flame eagle looked at him with a lot of intimacy and rubbed his big head against him. Unfortunately, those red feathers with golden light were harder than magic weapons, and they were cold and hot, so they didn't feel very good. The big head of the golden flame tiger is more comfortable to touch. Li Quanqing thought to himself, and took out the spirit beast bag given to him by Jianbei Tower, and put the spirit carving in it. Don't worry, senior, someone will come to your door in 10 days, to send this Kanghe whale, the red flame Wutong and the artificial volcano to Yulang Island in Baoqing Fang City. The girl smiled sweetly, and the smile on her face came from the heart. She took out another jade slip. This is the experience of raising 2 spirit beasts. Please take a look. The Kanghae whale is a monster beast that is easy to raise. It is hardy and durable. It only needs a lot of seaweed, fish and shrimp to survive, and it does not require much spiritual energy. The dragon flame eagle is much more picky. It likes to devour various natural treasures with fire attributes, especially the meat of python-like monster beasts, and also likes to devour various beast fires. It just so happens that after the golden flame tiger became a key refining monster, a wisp of burning gold fire gradually emerged in its body. We can let the two communicate more. My sky blue fire can also devour the beast fire and grow stronger. Li Quanqing thought to himself, put away the jade slip, and walked out of the Jianbao Tower with satisfaction. At the entrance of the market, Li Quanfu had already been waiting, with a hint of nervousness on his round fat face. Have you investigated everything? Li Quanqing approached and spoke, his voice steady, which immediately made him feel like he had a backbone. Brother, I have investigated everything. The residences of the group of sinister monks from the Sitter family are all here. They are indeed a little strange. After living in our single cave, they hardly went out and stayed in the room without moving. Li Quanfu reported, while handing over a jade slip. Li Quanqing saw this and nodded with satisfaction. He took out another jade slip, which recorded the true identities of those half-demons, saying that he had accidentally spied on them. As for the relationship between this group of demons and the Situ family, it was said in a very obscure way, and it was not made clear directly. He put 2 jade slips and 1,000 spirit stones in the storage bag, and instructed, choose a trustworthy person to deliver these to the residence of the elder of the sword sect, and say that it is my little respect. The person has been chosen a long time ago. He is a cultivator from a small family in our Qinghai Islands. He is absolutely reliable. Li Quanfu said in a deep voice. Li Quanqing nodded with satisfaction. After watching the man salute, he took the storage bag and went straight to the residence of the Shuhua sword sect. All the relationships have been established long ago to ensure that this storage bag can be delivered smoothly and can be handed over to the foundation building elder of the sword sect today. This kid looks very smart and has a tight mouth. I will increase his salary later, Li Quanqing said. Unknowingly, his status has become so high that a casual word is enough to change the life of a certain clan member or cultivator. This is the real power in hand. Let's go. We should go back to Bao Qingfang. The young man spoke, almost impatiently pulling Li Quanfu out of the market. Brother, is this matter really that serious? Li Quanfu was also a little worried. The sword sect was originally preparing to attack the Situ family. My action just now might just be to pass a knife to them in advance. Li Quanqing spoke up. Anyway, he would definitely not get involved. He opened the spirit beast bag and took out the dragon flame eagle he had just obtained. He stood there proudly, taking care of his feathers, but it was enough to attract attention. Brother, did you really buy this extremely expensive spirit beast? Li Quanfu looked at the majestic eagle. His head was buzzing. Wrong. To be precise, I bought 2. Li Quanqing patted the dragon flame eagle and signaled it to retract the flames on its back through the beast's slave seal. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride. Cry. The dragon flame eagle cried out, flapped its wings and flew high, carrying the 2 of them into the blue sky as fast as lightning. As expected of an avian monster, its flying speed is beyond words, and the flames exploded between its feathers like a red lightning across the sky. The fierce gale whistled in, as sharp as a knife, blowing people so hard that they could hardly open their eyes. Fresh wind gourd. Li Quanqing took out a green big-bellied gourd from his storage bag, swallowed and exhaled the gale, and gradually turned it into a soft breeze that blew on his face, which made him feel much better. Li Quanfu lay on the back of the eagle, and before he had time to catch his breath, he heard a rumble behind him, and a loud noise came from the Whale King market. At this time, they had just flown out 100 or 200 miles. Something happened in the market, so fast. The two were shocked and urged the dragon flame eagle to speed up again. Could it be that the foundation building elder of the sword sect took action? Li Quanfu couldn't help asking, with some lingering fear. Fortunately, they escaped in time. It won't be so fast. Even if he received my jade slip, he would be careful to collect evidence and wait until the authenticity of the news is confirmed before taking action. Unless they have already discovered something. Li Quanqing exhaled a foul breath. As expected of a giant insect, no matter how careful they are, they still found some clues. Just when he was relieved and felt that this storm was about to pass safely. In the market, a second foundation building aura suddenly burst out, and the magic power rolled up, mixed with dark green demonic energy soaring into the sky. Damn, a half demon at the foundation building level. Situ family, IXXXX. When I thought that I might have passed by a certain foundation building half demon, I was almost quietly spied on by the other party's all-pervasive spiritual consciousness. Li Quanqing's face changed color. Two great foundation building monks confronted each other in the Whale King market, and their powerful auras burst out. The bright and blazing aura of the formation rose to the sky. The Sword Sect's Island Protection Formation was activated, illuminating 100 miles, and the group of half-demons were caught in a jar. Fortunately, they were far away from this place of trouble, and did not need to get involved in this quagmire. Cry. The dragon flame eagle let out a high-pitched cry from its throat, and it was obviously a little scared. The whole body was on fire and its speed increased. At this time, Li Quanfu could not help but admire his brother's wisdom and bravery. He detonated a time bomb in advance and retired after success. From a distance, they had seen the boundary line of the Purple Blood Sea, and they all breathed a sigh of relief and were about to leave completely. Hey, there are robbers robbing monks below. Li Quanfu suddenly shouted. His eyes were sharp. Li Quanqing took a casual look. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he suddenly felt that the group of robbers looked very familiar. Especially the two leading cultivators gave him a familiar feeling, as if he had seen them before, as if he had definitely seen them somewhere. These two seemed to be the two remnants of the three evil Bei family. Li Quanqing thought for a while and suddenly remembered. When the ruins of the Whale Emperor sect were just being excavated, he passed by a spiritual island and was killed by the third brother of the Bei family and also got the Bao Guantoed. Later, he returned to the family and issued a wanted order. Now it seems that these two people are living a pretty good life and are still doing well. Unfortunately, they are unlucky enough to meet him today. It is destined that this disaster will send the three brothers to reunite on the road to the underworld. Chapter 124, Foundation Building Demon. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and cried loudly, floating in the sky. The flames on its wings burned fiercely, igniting the sky, and its eyes stared at the ground below. Seeing such a ferocious monster, the two brothers of the Bei family suddenly became nervous. They didn't even have time to fight for the scattered cultivators who were blocking them in front of them. They were as if they were facing a great enemy. The scattered cultivators found a loophole and successfully escaped. They were all very grateful to the strange cultivator who fell from the sky. Brother, do you have a grudge against them? Li Quanfu grabbed the feathers of the spirit eagle and looked down. The aura of this group of people was too fierce. It was obvious that they were not easy to mess with. Although the two brothers of the Bei family were in a mess during this period, their cultivation had improved a lot. One was in the 9th level of key refining, and the other was in the great perfection. With the dozen robbery cultivators behind them, they were a strong force. We had a grudge before, and now we meet. We must solve it. Li Quanqing took out the Taoist soldier tower and held it in his hand. With the puppet in his hand, he naturally didn't need to fight and kill himself. Green water sword formation out. With a humming sound, 4 copper beans vibrated, and 4 copper armored puppets at the great perfection of key refining emerged from them and fell from the sky. Clang. Li Quanqing held the formation plate in his hand and infused it with magic power. The next moment, the green water flying sword in the puppet's hand also resonated with it. Sword key crisscrossed like a spider web, covering the sky and the ground, covering all the robbery cultivators including the two brothers of the Bei family. Portable magic formation. The face of the Bei family boss suddenly changed. Knowing the power of this formation, he shouted to his men to break out. In the blink of an eye, all the green water sword key burst out, like fine raindrops dripping, misty, covering the area of hundreds of feet in this sea area. The screams gradually subsided, and when all the sword lights dissipated, only the shapeless broken bones were left, and the blood mixed with the flesh mud surged, dyeing this bluesy red. Instant kill. What a powerful puppet. Li Quanqing shrank his neck in fear. He didn't expect that his brother had such a deep trump card. Those were two 9th level key refining cultivators. They were killed by a sword in the blink of an eye, like meat on a chopping board, without any resistance. Let's go down and take a look at the spoils. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and flew down low. Li Quanqing's magic power surged and began to search in the tide. Unfortunately, the sword energy of the green water was too sharp. Everyone's storage bag was torn into pieces, and the items in it were all annihilated with space. Nothing was obtained. Huh. What is this? A piece of animal skin. Li Quanqing stretched out his hand and immediately picked up a map. It seemed to be a sea map, with crooked lines recording a certain unknown sea area. An ice blue feather pattern was outlined in this sea area, and a circle was drawn with red cinnabar, which was very eye-catching. Could it be that the feather of the golden elixir monster was obtained from this unknown sea area? The lair of Monster King. Li Quanqing shook his head. Before he could take a closer look, there were bursts of rumbling noises behind him again. In the direction of the Whale King market, several powerful monster auras rose into the sky, causing waves of changes in the sky. Scaly clouds gathered quickly, bringing a heart-pounding breath. Cry. The dragon flame eagle sensed this breath, and couldn't help flapping its wings, as if it was a little afraid, with an unyielding look in its eyes. Foundation building monster. There's more than one. Li Quanqing felt a chill in his heart. The fact that they could arrive so quickly meant that this group of monsters were lurking in the sea near the market, and they were not discovered by the Shuhua sword sect. This group of monsters was undoubtedly premeditated. What were they planning? The ruins of the Whale King sect? Go. We can't stay here for a moment. Li Quanqing couldn't wait to jump on the dragon flame eagle. The guy let out a long cry. His whole body was in flames. His wings fluttered wildly, and he turned into a meteor like fire and quickly moved away from this sea area. After 1,000 miles away, the one-eye mirror in Li Quanqing's storage bag suddenly made a series of soft sounds, and a message came. Li Quanqing, I received a message from the sword sect that a beast tide broke out and besieged the Whale King market just now. Are you okay? Li Quanqing was touched and replied to the message, roughly recounting what had just happened. Li Quanqing, you return to the island quickly. I received an order from the sword sect and rushed to support. Shuhua sword sect asked for help? Li Quanqing shook his head. This kind of thing was not something he could get involved in. He just stayed on the island honestly. The rest of the journey was safe. The two of them and the eagle returned to Beoking Fang smoothly without any accidents. Cry. The dragon flame eagle flapped its wings and flew. Under the control of the slave beast seal, it dived into the island protection formation of Beoking Fang. Li Quanqing took out the array plate, manipulated the array to open a hole, and let them in. Li Quanqing was stunned. Boss, Beoking market has really become ours? He recognized that the array plate in the boy's hand was one of the main array plates of the Beoking array, and only the elders in charge of the market were qualified to carry it with them. Why would I lie to you? Go ahead and build Xingfu Zhaozu and Beoking auction house in every market in the East China Sea. At this time, the senior executives in Beoking market were also alarmed. Greetings, Elder Quanqing, but what happened? Li Quanqing waited solemnly. There is a beast tide in Whale Emperor market. In order to prevent monsters from wandering in, activate the highest alert. The tens of thousands of miles of sea area under the command of Shuhua sword sect is very close to the open sea. Almost every few decades, a sea monster beast tide that sweeps 100,000 miles will erupt. Even the Qingyu Islands are not immune. Although Li Quanqing has not experienced it personally, he has also seen the cruelty and horror of the beast tide in ancient books. But! Exclamation mark. The void was humming. The second level formation covering the entire Beoking Fang was ready to fight. The formation patterns were densely packed in the void, which was much more reassuring than the first level superior formation on Yulang Island. Fortunately, the worst situation did not happen. Li Quanqing stayed on Beoking Dao for 3 days until the dawn of the night, when the one-eye mirror sent news again. Li Quanqing, the beast tide has retreated, the crisis has been resolved, and Jing Huangfang is fine. Seeing this, the big stone hanging in everyone's heart finally fell steadily. Li Quanqing put away the map in his hand. He studied it for several days, but still found nothing. He didn't know where this unfamiliar sea area was located. Did the Bay brothers use the encryption method, or is it too far away from me, or even in the territory of the demon clan's outer sea? Li Quanqing shook his head. Now that everything was over, he safely brought the dragon flame eagle back to Yulang Island. Cry. The strong wind blew the iron-hard fire feathers of the spirit eagle. It looked at the vast Yulangbo of tens of thousands of acres below, and didn't like this humid environment. Fortunately, it was a late-stage key refining monster after all, so it could endure it, and didn't get sick. Oh how? Looking at the mysterious fiery red monster that fell from the sky, Jinyanu couldn't help but come out of the forest and flapped the small wings on his back. Li Raw, the two monsters who had never met, looked at each other and felt an invisible sense of intimacy. Long Yandio tilted his head, his pupils bright, and flames burst out from his feathers, emitting a glow like lava. Jinyan, who was circling there with his big paws, his furry tail raised high, and he opened his mouth and spit out a cluster of light golden life demon fire from his throat. The golden and red flames complemented each other, and the air here became boiling hot, and the heat wave rolled in and rushed towards him. I almost forgot that these two guys are from the same hometown. Li Quanqing patted his head. Like the golden flame tiger, the dragon flame eagle is also a demon beast from the Nanhuang domain. It has a noble background and an extraordinary origin, and it came from afar from the mainland. Seeing the two big guys getting along well, Li Quanqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Compared with other spirit beasts, the dragon flame eagle's cultivation is too high. Now that it has a little friend, it can integrate into the island faster. He was just about to find a mountaintop for the spirit eagle to make a bird's nest when Li Quanqing suddenly fell from the sky, covered in blood. Second Grand Elder, you are not injured, right? Li Quanqing opened the formation and wondered if these foundation building beasts like to fly over other people's heads so much. After he breaks through, he will also fly over other people's heads every day. Li Quanqing, wearing a green jade armor, stepped down in the void, shrouded in a murderous aura. I killed a foundation building demon beast and sent you some to try. You haven't eaten such a good thing yet, right? Chapter 125. AO King breaks through. The meat of a second level foundation building monster. Li Quanqing looked at the piece of hind leg meat in front of him that was bigger than a tile roofed house. The strong smell of blood penetrated into his nose, which was very choking. He had seen the might of a foundation building monster from afar a few days ago. The demonic energy soared into the sky, which was simply changing the wind and clouds. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he saw a bloody monster lying on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. There was a strong sense of unreality. It's a pity that the meat of this monster is not much, so I can only give you this. Li Quanqing shook his head, as if he was quite regretful that he didn't encounter a more powerful monster. So what kind of monster is this? Li Quanqing asked curiously. The bloody meat looked very fresh and was still steaming, as if it had just been chopped off. A big toad. It looks a bit ugly, but the meat of spirit frogs is always delicious. You can try it, Li Quanqing said indifferently. Gugua. The Bao Guangchen squatted on the big monster's flesh and blood, preparing to absorb the treasure energy for cultivation. When he heard this, his eyes widened. He trembled with fear. Li Quanqing sent the third elder away and began to think about how to deal with this big monster's flesh and blood. AO King, let me give you a piece first. Li Quanqing took out the Zenhei sword embryo and performed the green water sword technique. The surface of the sword blade was flowing and spitting out, cutting off a large piece of flesh and blood full of demonic energy. This is a foundation building monster. The kingly sword can't cut it at all, so only spiritual tools can be used. Mueo King poked his big head out from under the sea. He had already smelled the bloody smell and his mouth was ready to move. Li Quanqing specially selected a place with the most abundant demonic energy. For humans, the demonic energy contained in the meat of monsters is very troublesome and needs to be carefully removed, but for the monsters, it is a great tonic. Mueo King swallowed the toad meat and immediately slapped the water excitedly, as happy as a big kid weighing dozens of tons. Huge waves were set off in the fish pond. I want to turn into a dragon. Aoking, green jade carp, delicious, delicious, delicious. The most delicious food I have ever eaten in my life. I feel that the way to turn into a dragon is right in front of me. Cultivation, key refining level 6, 92%. Once this piece of big monster flesh is digested, Aoking will be able to break through. Li Quanqing rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Looking at the other spirit beasts who were eager to see it, he was not stingy, and gave them all a piece, some big and some small according to their cultivation. In a blink of an eye, only half of the large piece of hind leg meat was left. Keep the rest of the meat first, and make it into bait, to feed the fish slowly in the future. Li Quanqing made a decision, then cut a piece of flesh for himself, removed the monster aura, and simply fried it in an iron pan. The taste is really good, soft and chewy, with a strong seafood aroma, very tender, and rich in layers. It is indeed the most delicious monster meat I have ever eaten in my life of more than 20 years. In the future, the adult foundation building monsters will be slaughtered for meat, and the little ones will sign a slavery contract, to be raised to harvest the light balls. Is my idea too evil? Li Quanqing smiled evilly as he ate. The next few days were calm, and there were no traces of monsters in the Qingyu Sea. Because of Li Quanqing's reminder, the foundation building elder stationed in the Whale Emperor Square took action in time, and killed the half monster in the foundation building realm with the help of the formation. Even though the appearance of several foundation building monsters later was a bit unexpected, fortunately, the formation of the Shuhua sword sect was strong enough to hold on until the arrival of the human cultivators. Instead, the monsters suffered heavy losses. Because of this incident, the Li family was also praised by the upper sect. In addition, Li Kunli's first move in the Whale Emperor Square exposed his foundation building cultivation and amazing combat power, making the Qingyu Li family more and more famous. There is a tendency to surpass the Yun family of Zioao Island and become the second foundation building family. However, what puzzled Li Quanqing was that the Sita family could be said to be invisible in this beast-tide event. Even the Shuhua sword sect did not bother them afterwards, as if they were holding back. In this peaceful situation, the monsters in Yulangbo also entered the mature stage one after another, and it was the harvest season. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of key refining, and reward a water escape skill experience group. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of key refining, and reward a green water shuttle, remnant, a top grade magic weapon. Li Quanqing touched the watery green water python, and this batch of cubs, that had been hatched before finally entered the mature stage. In addition to the familiar light ball reward, he also collected the fragments of 2 green water shuttles as rewards, like 2 transparent crystal-like blue coffins floating on the sea. The green water shuttle is a top-grade magic weapon for escaping. I can keep it for Li Quanshu, Li Quanmo and the others, to use instead of selling it. Li Quanqing thought. Now that he is in charge of Baoking Fang, he makes a fortune every day, and has no shortage of spiritual stones. It can be said that he has reached the state of wealth and freedom that countless casual cultivators dream of. Harvest a green water python in the early stage of key refining, and reward a first level lower grade formation experience group. Li Quanqing touched the last green water python, and was immediately surprised. He opened a light group reward that he had never seen before. Formation experience? I can become a formation master too. Li Quanqing was surprised. A vast amount of knowledge appeared out of thin air, like a revelation, turning into a stream of information that drilled into his head. Learn it for me. Learn it hard. Li Quanqing closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. At this time, his soul strength almost reached the limit of key refining, and naturally mastered this voluminous cultivation art easily. Formation master. Is this a special reward, because my sword formation is too crude? Li Quanqing exhaled a breath of turbid air, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Now that he understood the basics of the formation, he was finally able to fully develop the power of the green water sword formation. He knew that there were many things to pay attention to when setting up the formation. In the next few days, Li Quanqing touched Aoking almost every day to check its progress. Aoking is worthy of being the king of the kings in the fish pond. He practiced hard day and night. Under the catalysis of the flesh and blood of the big monster, he could make a little progress every day. Tomorrow is the agreed day. The sword treasure building should send the Kanghae whale to Yulong Island. That night, the full moon was high in the sky, casting silver light all over the sky, sparkling. Li Quanqing sat cross-legged on the embankment, watching Aoking worship the moon and practice, swallowing and exhaling the essence of heaven and earth, and finally making up the last bit of progress. How the wind blew, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered, and turned into a vortex that was almost visible to the naked eye, and was swallowed by Aoking. Wisps of demonic energy emerged from under its scales, condensing into a demonic cloud, reflecting the moonlight, as if forming a second bright moon above its head. Thousands of green jade carps covered the water surface all around, and countless large blue fish swallowed and spit together, drawing in the moonlight, to provide for their own king's cultivation. The bright moon above the carp's head shone through its scales, which were as green as jade, and its demonic energy was as clear as glass. There was a holy atmosphere permeating around. Why do I feel that Aoking's cultivation roots are a few points stronger than mine? Li Quanqing looked at the moon transformed by the demonic energy, and suddenly felt a little sour in his heart. It turned out to be the future peerless Xian Jiao Kaoir of the demon clan. The wind and clouds gathered at Yulongbo, and all the spirit beasts on the entire island gathered to witness Aoking's breakthrough. After all, he was the master's favorite fish cub. The dragon flame eagle stood on a cliff, looking at the big fish on the water, and couldn't help but have a desire to devour it. This carp also breeds a strand of extremely pure dragon blood. Unfortunately, it can't be eaten at all. This breakthrough was extremely smooth, and Aoking easily broke through the bottleneck. White air flowed, and turned into a ball of light on his forehead. Harvest a late stage key refining gold pattern jade carp, and reward a bottle of foundation building spiritual item dragon snake true evil. The writing of the foundation building of Bin Lin Quanqing is not very smooth, so there are only 2 chapters tonight. I kowtow and admit my mistakes. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.